It begins in 3, 3, 2, 1. We're in. We start. Launch. Yeah, downtime the day before, like always. March. 1 a.m.? Ah, okay, no. 5 p.m. Okay, good. It's better. It's okay. Okay, let's start. How do I do this? It's all pre-closed, like... What the f... Oh, it's the menu first, and then it has everything. We're gonna read everything, so... Okay, encounter basics, Omen windows. These windows can spawn in either endgame or campaign, starting as early as chapter 2. Okay, we knew this. The Omen is invincible, we knew that. Leveling the ring will cause a 10-second countdown to begin, and the draw will fail the encounter if we leave the ring, right? As the trial kills enemies, the boss progresses. Phase 2 will begin when the boss is open and you kill the boss. You get the rewards that we know of. Higher tiers drops more shit. More challenging enemies in phase 1 and 2, depending on the tiers. When a great Omer window is completed, a timeless core will drop, which is the thing that you can interact with, and we'll see. We'll have to see in game, right? Timeglass fragment, which is a currency. Okay. There are new Omen-related prophecies, and Weaver Tree knows. Okay, we'll see about the prophecies. Very interesting. I assume something procs when you complete an Omen, right? It's what I'm expecting. Good. Echo chains. There's high stability chains, Nemesis chains, Reef Beast chains, and Omen window chains, and Pinnacle of Chaos chains, which is like champions and shit. So again, we will see how often these appear and how they interact and how often you encounter it, especially in early Monolith, because we don't really know. Rune of Corruption. Basically, we already read this yesterday, but you throw it into the item, it can convert into something crazy, right? You like Bal Orbs in PoE, or you could just fuck up the item completely. There is the Corruptions of Amulets. Let's see if something has changed. And Brutality is nerfed already. It was 0.05. Okay, that's a good start. So this is the same. They nerfed Brutality. I was not expecting the Brutality nerf post-Hype Week, pre-Hype Week, or whatever the fuck. But okay. Second day of Hype Week, we showed the new attributes. We have since lowered it due to being too powerful. But you didn't know it was too powerful, or what? Like, you had us to, like... What? Hey. You know, whatever. Global reduces health. Okay, that's the same. Gil hasn't changed. Intelligence hasn't changed. Madness hasn't changed. Attunement hasn't changed. And then we have this new corrupted types that I think are going to be very niche. Let's see if something is good. Restores an abate charge when you abate. Huh? Only has 1 potion slot. Restores abate when you abate. So, what? So you always have... What? You always have a bait then, or does it have a cooldown or something? So you have to charge us by default, so you always have a bait, no? Huh? It might have an internal cooldown and they forgot, or you just like infinite debate, bro. Like, maybe, who knows? There's some things that proc on a bait, so this might actually enable some funky shit. Maybe not very good, but funky. 8 potions, reduces health gained on potion use. Okay, whatever. Less damage taken over time, increases the damage over time by... I mean, I could see this one being useful sometimes. 24, it's not bad. And sometimes you don't need armor. Curse coined, +1 to all skills, but 4 to 5 increased damage taken. The unique amulets are too powerful. Corrupt Insignia, we already knew that one. Damage taken, fuck that. 6 to all attributes, but reduces movement speed by 6, 7. I don't really see it. Red Ring meta. Timeglass Chalice, non-class specific relic that grants 21 mana and 23-31 increased mana regen, but reduces health regen by 31. This could be useful. A lot of classes don't care about health regen at all. Maybe for leveling. Dumb Shroud. Doom Guard. Promise relic that adds minion melee void damage and minion spell void damage, but reduces minion physical resistance by 17. Okay, Void Primalist, Fantasy, I don't know. We knew about this one, right? The health gain as well. This seems bad to me. Grants physical and void penetration, but reduces health by 5-7%. I mean, It's a lot of damage. So if you're playing some sort of like soft core, glass cannon, stupid ass build, maybe you use this just for the Billy item. Prophetic Homunculus, necrotic and void resistance, but reduces armor. Why would you do this in your life? You know. Increase movement speed and cooldown recovery speed, increases damage over time taken on 24. I mean, another softcore troll item, you know. Absolutely. This is a Billy item, so if you speak Korean or Chinese, this item might be interesting. If you speak any other language, you don't use this, okay? Idol altars, yeah, we know about the idol altars. We know that you can change them. There's 13 types. You can put refracted idols to buff them. We will see the list of things, hopefully. They're 1x3, 3x1, and can... the Omen idols are more powerful and have affixes of the other powerful idols, right? So they're like a Giga-juiced idol. We'll see. And they only drop from Omens, so you're basically forced to do this, right? The one echo contains 3 Omen's Veil instead of just... Okay, we've seen this one. It's the one that has like 3 echoes, and if you defeat them, you can get the Fracture Prisoned, which has the new Pinnacle boss. It's an empowered version of the Shade of Orobis, so I assume the attacks will be familiar. We already seen the pizzas, so I wonder, he probably just does pizzas, meteors, the meteor that falls from the sky, the meteor that crosses the thing, the fire circles, like the tentacles. I assume they're gonna be reusing assets. That's good. That means it's probably possible to do it blind. We'll see. Obtainable as a drop when completing blah blah blah. Yeah, corruption modifiers have no effect, so it's static. Really good. Really good. New unique and set items. Again, we already kind of seen those because they teased all of them, right? I think. And let's see where it begins. Bladestorm is a devastating area of effectability. We will take a look at the tree of the new abilities because it's kind of hard to read by here. But let's take a look at if there is some more damage, right? 3 Bladestorms at once, added damage 150 effectiveness, not bad. Less chance to apply ailments, 18 mana cost. Increased duration, -1. Oh, that's actually fucking... That's nice. Each Emerald Blade throws into a Bladestorm is destroyed upon landing, and to grant the Bladestorm 3% more damage. Okay, so they want you to play both. Up to 40 stacks. How many points? Just 1, I guess, if it doesn't say. Well, it doesn't say, so... Huh. I think these are just 1 pointers. Magnetic Grip. Okay. Bladestorm has more movement speed and increased duration, increased mana cost. -1, but you can shotgun. We know that. Hurricane, Bladestorm have 1 movement speed per 1 dexterity. Okay. The records of Bladestorm throw up your maximum number of Bladestorms in a spread in front of you. Plus 10 mana cost. Okay, you can make it like throw 3 at once. But, you know, to play it less spammy, that's kind of nice, especially console and stuff. Bladestorm grants movement speed, whatever, Blade Frenzy. Each Bladestorm created grants 1 stack of Blade of Frenzy per point. Your next direct cast of Shurikens of Armor consumes all stacks, throwing for 8 throwing damage and 1 projectile per stack, max stacks. So, I mean, I see they want you to do like this big Bladestorm thingy. Like you're gonna be like, you know, stacking your bullshit, stacking your flow, and then you get like giga damage on your 1 big Bladestorm. Sounds absolute dog shit to play, but it might actually do a lot of damage. We'll have to see. Armor shred per point, and this will not get affected by ailment chance, right? Because it's inside the tree, so that's good. Not bad, honestly. Shurikens, we knew about this one, right? Increased frequency, okay, so you can get up to 48 frequency on 1.5 seconds. So it's gonna be once every second, basically, pretty much. Okay, sure, 1 shuriken per second. And you have 3 of them, so maybe really good. Acid Flask explode with this seems dog shit, the Acid Flask stuff. Increased area and increased attack speed per point. Maybe you spam this, who knows? Strength of Fire, increased area per point, 200 weapon or bow. 200 weapon or bow. Okay, the fantasy. Open armory, critical chance per dagger, bleed chance per point of sword, with a 200 sword. I mean, this is nice for when you're starting out, you know, because you most likely will use daggers. Shadowstorm. Bladestorms hit by Shadow Cascade will instantly hit enemies in their area. Okay, so if you have a Blade Storm, you can make it tick faster with Shadow Cascade. I know, seems a bit gimmicky, but maybe you can do Giga Burst if you have a lot of Shadow Cascades hitting the same thing. We'll see. Stepper's crit, 2 critical chance per point. Okay, you have a lot of flat crit, which is good for a leveling ability, like, because there's a lot of crit there. When you place some claw, they are destroyed and each cause a blade detonation. We know this blade detonation is 500 damage effectiveness, so that's good. I haven't seen a lot of more damage though here. Mana for eruption, weapon, more damage per point, just 8%. Chance of flick. Maybe the way you make this do damage is through, again, the new flow that I've seen and so on. We'll see. Or you just make it cast shurikens, right? And shurikens are your damage. We'll see. It looks, has a lot of stuff. Looks good. We'll have to see the distribution in the actual tree, but looks good. Shadow Rend. Where the fuck do we even start with this one, honestly? Shadow attack has 400%. I thought it was 500%. But this is a nerf, no? I thought it was 500%. But maybe it was the explosion. Okay, whatever. Intensity, more damage, less attack speed, bleed chance, okay. More hit damage, okay. More hit damage per poison on the enemy, 1%. Okay, so 30. Imitate multi-shot, we knew about this one. Shadow consumption of shadow market create any shadow. This seems kind of good to make it very, like, a lot of shit happening. 1 health per 2 dexterity. I don't know, rogue, not low life. I'm getting nervous already, so maybe for marksman kind of bife. Looks useless. Direct vision consumes all existing shadows. It restores 2 mana per point, and it grants 20% more damage and 20% more area. Yeah, this seems this node seems crazy because it's gonna be 60% damage per shadow, and you can get like 8 shadows. And it has a lot of effectiveness. And if you pair this with flow, I could see this ability. Again, it's going to be absolute dog shit to play unless there's an easy way to set it up. We'll have to test with gameplay. But this node potentially can do a lot of damage with flow. We'll see. Seems absolute clunky to play, so I don't know if I will focus on this early, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see people doing this. Shadow over Summon? Yeah, not only that. But I think it's at the moment of using it, right? So I don't know, we'll see. Because you definitely want to do like a super combo with flow, because flow is 100% more damage and it's 400% effectiveness, so we'll see. Or you can just like not care about stacking them a lot and just go resummon and just like get a smaller bonus, right? You could also do that, of course. Which is probably the healthier way and the intended way to be played, but I'm just pointing out what could be very unethical and very stupid. Chance dash route when you directly use Shadow Rend, 2 points, so it's 50% chance. Dash route. Hey, 50% plus the one you have on the tree and stuff, you're gonna get a lot of dash routes with this shit, but it's very high mana cost, so I don't know. No longer moves you. Okay. Betrayal Flesh. Dash forward, ignoring your targeted direction. Okay, so the shadow just does what it pleases. Okay, whatever. It can target enemies that are further away. Okay, we'll see some auto-aiming technology for controller. This is like all the controller nodes. I'm not even trolling. For every dash route up to 20, the shadow attack deals 1% more damage and gains 2 points. Okay, so you can get even more damage. This one has a lot of damage. If you, because this is already what, 20 times 2 is like 40%, another 40% more damage. It's a lot of damage. But again, looks clunky as fuck to use. Just like, you know, you take a look at Forge Strike or whatever, and there's damage in there, but then you play it and you're like, you know. We'll see. Or maybe you just play the bow version, or like a nuker, but I don't know. Shock chance, crit multi per point. Per shock on enemy. Per shock on enemy is not bad, actually. Because it's 6% times 10. It's 60% crit multi, actually. Not bad at all, this lining thing. The conversion. Maybe you play with Detonate Arrow or something. And Detonate Arrow is your clear and you use for a single target, maybe. Increase area. Shadow dagger chance per shadow attack per point 4. So you can do... This is not that great on an ability that costs so much, though. Because, okay, you get 200% chance, and you need 400 for it to proc, because it's 4 stacks, and it's 20 fucking mana or whatever. I don't know about this one. Maybe Shadow Daggers is kind of meh, no? No? I don't know. I definitely not for leveling, I feel. Okay, Ghost Blades. Oh, the Ghost Blades do apply Shadow Dagger, so maybe this is the way to go early. Because they kind of autocast. They're like little... It's like burning daggers, but they're shadow. And they apply daggers, so maybe this is okay early, since this is a early level skill. Frailty chance, low chance. I mean, sure, 1 point wonder, why not? 3 fee spend per point of each unique negative element, up to 5. Okay, up to 5, it's capped, so whatever. You get attack speed. While you're in smoke bomb, increase attack speed under mana cost per 5. Okay, there's some synergy there with shadows and the shadows recasting, etc. And deals more damage while you have frenzy, so it's at 50. I mean, this Shadow Rend has a lot of damage, a lot of multipliers. I'm just worried about mana and feel, but more bow damage to damage animation moves you forward using a bow. Moves you forward, so you can be like Callista or something. It's hard to guess. This definitely can do damage. It's a matter of, can it sustain? Does it have a good build? Does it have good items? All that. Definitely seems to something you want to be playing with a smoke bomb, and definitely something that you want to have some sort of shadow generation that it's not too expensive, so you can abuse the recast node. And there's potentially a one-shot build where you just stack a lot of them, but we'll have to... I mean, I have to see the tree, you know, visually. Rogue. Okay, damage effectiveness to 2. And, okay, so they're doing what they always do. Melee abilities go to 2. And then they... the base damage goes to 2, and they buff the effectiveness. They always do this. So, okay. So this means early game, weaker. Did you ignore the last 3? No, I just read them fast, and they didn't seem too impactful, pretty much. Shadow Cascade with 100 added melee damage will do 37%. Yeah, so the better the gear you have, the more damage you will do, but early game is worst. But this is only for melee, not for throwing, right? So every melee skill in last Epoch is 2 base damage for whatever reason. Ellie has updated 3. We should have it too. So I'll take a look at it after the patch notes. Don't worry, guys. But let's do things by order. I'm going to be here until it's done. But I want to have the patch ordered in my head. And to be honest, I'm not super interested on a personal level on this, so we'll see. Dancing Strikes. Increase the base radius by 20 to 35, depending on the slash, I assume. I mean, that's nice, but still dog shit. Dancing Strike no longer has a cooldown. But it still has a rooted animation, or how does that work then? And now gains increased movement speed equal to 50% of total increased melee attack speed. Okay, that's kind of nice. Up to 100% increased movement speed. That's kind of nice. It still gains more damage equal to increase melee attack speed. I mean, this is kind of nice because you do build attack speed when you're playing this with Shadow Cascade for the multiplier. So this is nice. This is nice. It should feel much better, especially if you can cancel the animation properly. Players can now prevent ancestral move. Okay, this is really fucking good. Preventing the fact that you can dash in place. Okay, this makes it actually interesting. But yeah, that's good. Rapture grants 20% more damage for puncture per point. Don't give a fuck. Underdog grants 20% more damage to boss or per point. Okay, that's... Again, you're not going to do damage with Dancing Strikes. You're always going to be using it for a buff. So I don't really understand this. 3 mana cost from 5. That's kind of nice. Broad Dancing grants increased area. Okay, whatever. Graceful Arena has been updated. You only have 1 arena. Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Kind of nice for hardcore running, because this is safe. Doesn't really matter. Infused Discharge now also has a maximum amount of mana consumed by its effect of 20 per point. Okay, so they completely nuked the one-shot build that people were cheesing with... Yeah. What is the maximum? Effect visual, effect for the turn is its skill tree. Instrument of the Architect now grants 10% chance for traps drop by Trap Striker to also throw an Acid Flash from 100%. Okay, so the build is dead completely. It's a 90% nerf. I mean, you can probably still play it, honestly, but it's gonna feel, compared to before, it's just gonna feel so bad that you're not gonna be played. And obviously you lost, and it went from doing 100 million DPS to 10 million DPS, which is what most builds do that you see in YouTube by other people. So it's still gonna be playable, but yeah. I don't know if I would have nerfed it this way. This seems very unfun. I would have preferred max procs per second. I would say there's no reason to play this build. Just looking at it. Imagine if only they could have gotten feedback from passionate players, you know what? Okay, updated the skill. I mean, I think this is dead completely, no? I don't know what Potato thinks. Especially when Cascade still exists, at least until now. I don't really see why you play this. I could be wrong, but... And it's still playable, by the way. It is still playable. Because that build... A 90% nerf on that build still makes it better than the fucking things Aaron puts in his website, you know? So it's still strong. But compared to before, it's just like a shadow of the past, you know? So... It's still gonna be a good build, but yeah, not good. We'll see. Updated the skill description to state that added damage applies at 150. It doesn't matter, you never did damage with it. Now 6 mana cost from 8, so a bit... Okay, so you can build a bit more cast speed, but I mean, whatever. Any bomb grants 20% chance to replace charge. Okay, this was very niche. Just to apply elements. Sabotage grants 12 mana cost from 8. Okay, so they want you to spam it more now? Like, what the fuck? Like, so they've been nerfing us being able to spam this ability for 3 patches in a row, and now like, okay, no acid flasks anymore. Boom. This seems pretty unhealthy to me, because when you have 0 attack speed, this note is gonna feel like absolute dog shit, and the way to counteract it is to get really, really good gear, so then it feels kind of okay. So I don't know, I would have preferred like you know, maybe have a threshold of how many you can proc, or the chance you can proc per dexterity or something. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. And you guys talking about the Hydra explosion thingy? We'll see. Parchars, yeah. I mean, so far I think this is dead. Like, I don't... Or it's like on max roll, I would put this at D tier now. So it's still it could still be there, but you know, it is a big jump from S to D or A to D or whatever. Falconer marker and 24 more damage from 50. Okay. So nerf to the damage of the player itself. So when you were doing damage yourself. So this is a nerf to things like Umbral Blades, Falconeer, and stuff like that, which, I mean, doesn't exist anymore, so it doesn't matter. Oh, other things okay from... okay, that's... Okay. Nerf. This seems very uncalled for, but whatever. And this is nerfing builds like the Umbral Blade recall stuff that some people were doing and stuff. Lethal Mirage, 2 base damage from 50. This is gonna feel great at level when you get it, you know? At level 50, you're gonna lock this fucking ability, you're gonna use it. And if your weapons are not really good, it's gonna feel great. But, you know, it should do more damage late game. But I think, again, Lethal Mirage was doing a lot of damage through procs and stuff, or ailments and shit, and Shadow and I don't know, we'll see. It's above endgame. Point blank, multi-shot, it now grants more hit damage per point unconditionally. Okay, so they made it more reliable. So it's always 25% more damage, but then it fades based on distance. I wonder if there was something bugged about it and that's why they're fixing it this way. Shadow Cascade, 2 base damage and 300 effect from 200. I mean, that's really, really, really good for endgame. It's like a huge buff. Crushing Darkness has been reworked. It now grants 30% damage when directly used. Okay, that's a nerf. Because when direct uses, we were never really even directly using it. But this used to remove your cast speed completely. So it should make it way better to self-cast. It shouldn't feel as bad. So maybe you add a self-cast in your combo just to take advantage of this and don't feel the no attack speed bullshit anymore. We'll see. Porcupine Worth grants 100% more damage from 90. That's the dagger stuff, so this doesn't affect regular Shadow Cascade. And the same for this, doesn't affect Shadow Cascade. Maybe someone plays... I've seen people playing this with Blitz, so that got a buff. Careful Assault grants 25% per point, and it's a certain number of shadows. So Careful Assault grants 25 more damage per point. If you have at least a certain amount... Okay, that's a Giga buffed. Because now it's going to be 100% more damage, but you're going to be able to have multiple, like 8 shadows, and they all will get the damage. So it's a nerf if you don't have if you only have 4 shadows or whatever. But if you get more shadows, then this potentially outscales a lot, because you could before you couldn't really benefit, right, unless you bugged it and blah blah blah. So I mean, I like this design. I think it's much more healthy, and it's gonna make the build much less stressful and probably a good thing. I think the build overall still is the same though, no? Still strong as fuck. I don't think it I think it's as strong as before, basically. Because everything else is also getting buffed, right? Or affected by the other changes and items and whatever. Shift level 6, insane nerf. What else? Blade Shield now allows shurikens cast this way to stack. Okay, so you can stack it, which means you can do more damage and more armor. Its no description has also been clarified to state that it allows shurikens cast this way to hit the same target. Okay, that's fucking good. It's gonna it's gonna be more damage. Yeah. If you have more shadows, it's gonna be more damage, and it's gonna be easier to have. That's pretty fucking good, because you could already do a lot of damage with shurikens this way. That's really good. And before, basically, what happened is, like, if you use this, you only had 1 stack of Blade Shield, right? Which is when they spin around you. But now you can have multiples. And not only that, you can cast it through Shift, for example. And I wonder if, like a single cast of Shift, is it gonna cast 5 Blade Shields? Because now, because you only could have 1, it only casted, you know. I wonder how it's gonna work now, because it's technically different casts. But at least you can shift, and manual cast, and just keep adding. Blade Storm has been reworked. It now grants a stack of bladed armor when you directly, okay. Blade armor, blade shield. Okay, these are different things. Blade armor grants increased armor per point. Okay, so it stopped working with shift, basically, no? And it now grants a stack, minus 3 stacks. Oh, okay, that's weird. So it's not per shuriken, it's per cast now. Okay, so this is a giga nerf to marksman, but if you're self-casting, but if you're doing damage, are you gonna spend points on this? It seems like an overall pretty big nerf, especially for marksman, when it comes to defenses. You might still use this just for the root, but because I'm a big fan of that. But yeah, the armor, unless you can fleet the shurikens on your bar and you're doing the backflip, which I do in some builds, but it's harder and harder to fit because you want so many things on your skill bar. Yeah, we'll see. Chakram grants, okay, Chakram grants 50% more damage, doubled if used directly. That's the classic. That's the classic that I was saying that they were doing this a lot lately. So, you know, if you proc Chakram through Shadows, through Blade Storm, through whatever, yeah, it was doing 60. Yeah, but this is a good approach, I think. So, again, this is, and I think this is probably a nerf overall, though, because now, I mean, for every Shaka, I mean, unless you were building Giga attack speed, if you were doing Sync Strike leveling kind of buff, obviously most of your Chakrams were buffed. But potentially better if you have a lot of attack speed, it's gonna do more damage. But all the procs, like procs from Blade Storm and stuff, you definitely don't want to do Chakrams then. You definitely want to do regular shurikens or the line shurikens. I don't know what they're called. The arrow point or whatever the fuck. Like the ones that they go all in a line. That's probably the most damage, if I had to guess. But Deadly Aim, yeah, whatever that is. So you probably do that. And since you have the Blade Storms, You have them like single target, and then you have the Blade Storms do the clear. That's it's unfortunate. I was kind of excited for the Chakram just because visually it probably would look fun. Even though the deadly aim was always going to be more damage, I feel. Temporarily disable the shuriken mode does not cost turret. We don't want Lizard on CT, but let's listen to Lizard stream. They literally disabled the node straight up. Like, oh fuck, we don't have time to change it. Fuck, you know? Wow. I mean, this is good, honestly, because if it was gonna work, which looks like it did, how I thought, yeah, this was gonna be an absolute, and yeah. This is pretty retarded. Like puncture, yeah, you can do puncture, you can do traps, you can do some things. We'll see. All right, I mean, we'll see. I'm kind of leaning towards the Blade Storm Deadly Aim, if I had to guess, which I assume is what everyone's gonna do. Wow, guys, nobody thought about that build, right? Has anyone in chat thought about this build? Raise your hand. Fucking hell. Is Explosive Trap dead? Yeah, pretty much. I think so. Okay, Synchronized Strike. Now has a 2 base damage from 5 and 300 damage offended from 100. You never really did damage with Sync Strike. That's the problem. Like, description for foreshadowing to the shadow, deal increased damage. Okay, so it's just the shadows from Sync Strike. Okay, this effect also applies to shadows created from any source for 4 seconds after using Sync Strike. Okay, it stacks too. I mean, this is not bad, but again, you're not doing damage with Sync Strike, you're doing damage with the shadows afterwards. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. I don't know by memory. Okay, that's nice. Actually, no, actually, that's a point cut if you were using that, but whatever. You need 1 more point. Oh, no, you need the same points then. Whatever. Return to shadow no lowers mana cost by 30 and grants him for 1 second when used. How much cooldown it adds though still? We'll see. Because this was a long cooldown. Dark Passage now also grants Dark Passage buff for 4 seconds, causing you to create a shadow every second. Wow. That might be good. That might be good. I'll do the bingo by memory at the end. I think I remember everything. And you guys will help me, so. Until you complete... I'm reading chat right now. Until you complete the crafting tutorial quest, the forge will be locked and crafting materials will not drop for you? What? What? So I can't... Okay, I mean, I guess we're doing that quest then. Why? Tutorialization of the game, I guess. I mean, it's only in your first character, so it's not a big deal, right? But it's definitely annoying for speedrunning. So for me, but yeah. Umbral Blades unlocks at 20 passive points from 16. Okay. Now stops at the cursor by default, rather than always traveling fixed distance. Huh. So I guess there's a node that makes it travel a fixed distance, or what? Because I know Trickster and people who fucked around with this ability liked the fixed distance, so it was easier to clear. Can you make it? Can you fix it? Can you unfuck it? Or Step says you can spam the quest. Yeah, that's what I imagine. That's what I imagine. The precision cuts now to throw fix it rather than stopping at the cursor. Okay, so you can do it. You can do it. In the next line. Precision cuts requires 1 point from Horned. Okay, downfall. Let's see if they buff the nerf, the damage. Less damage to throwers per point from 8. Okay, so it's a very slight change. A slight buff for the recall, I guess. Okay, this is the one that we saw. That's for the repeating. There's a lot of... I like that they added a lot of shadowy stuff. And I like that they reverted, because I do think early on, if you're a new player, aiming will feel better, right? For sure. It definitely feels better when you're like just early game, so that makes sense. Crit strike multiple per blade being thrown or recalled per point. How many can you throw realistically before pulling? I mean, you could obviously just not pull for a long time and then do it, but I mean, this could put. I mean, one shotty bossy thingy. I mean, sure, why not? Could be a lot of crit multi. Not too much more damage though, so I think it's just gonna stay at. I don't really see anything making this suddenly different than what it is right now. I mean, the shadow stuff should be nice, but it's like, I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be slightly better, but I don't know how much better. I assume they don't mention anything about Shadow Dagger nodes, so it's probably still there. And yeah, 80 crit multi. Yeah. I mean, crit multi is not what Rogue needs, but I was expecting another multiplier somewhere, but doesn't seem like it. I guess the shadows are a multiplier in a way, right? Because obviously shadows more blades, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Base class craft description when you directly cast a skill. Okay, that's the mana thingy, no? Cloak of Shadows now has a 5-point threshold bonus with physical resistance. Cloak of Shadows. Okay, I mean, that's nice for leveling early. Maybe if you know, it's good. Physical res is always nice for, Morning Frost and all that bullshit, so. The shadow will proc behind the enemy. Yeah, that's nice. So you can, like, do, like, a little dead zone thingy. Flow now grants 2 health on hit. I mean, okay. Increased dodge rating per point, and its preview effect has been moved to a 3-point threshold. Flow can now only be consumed by non-channeled melee or throwing attacks, and now grants 100% more damage. So this is like a nuke thingy. Obviously, you don't use this on anything that is spammy. So again, I'm thinking, the Shadow Rend, stacking shadows, get flow using something else, and then... It looks very combo-y, looks very... All this new blade stuff, like, I don't know. Potentially a lot of damage. Gameplay-wise, do I want to play this? When Warpath exists, we will see. Once, now grants 10 to report all here recently, that's 13 per point. That's much better. That's much better. So, I like this. Like, you have an effect, and then if something happens, the effect is better. They've been doing a lot with the damage nodes too, right? You do 10% damage, and if the enemy is frozen, you do 20. Much better than 20 just when frozen. Is Warpath not dead? We'll see. Warpath is gone? I haven't heard anything on my Discord, so I doubt it. We'll see. Rhythm now grants increased damage per point. And 5 crit multiplier per point. And skills that generate consume fluid. Previous effect has been moved to a 3%. Granting 5 increased amount of damage and throwing attack speed for 4 seconds whenever you generate a stack of flow. I mean, this seems, again, as useful as it was before, but if you're using flow, you use it. If you're not, you're not, right? Also now grants that skill that consumes flow 50% more crit chance and 100% more damage over time. And the other flow was just more damage. So you can get 200% more damage. Well, 100 and 100. Two 200s. Okay. We'll see. I mean, you could. We will see, I guess. But that's a lot of. They definitely want you to make nukes. They definitely want you to make big nukes. We'll see. The Crimson Shroud node, which has its effect moved into Scarlet Sim, has been replaced with Grit. The Resistance Endurance point. I mean, whatever. Fixing your gear. Not that great. The Tempo node, which has been its effect moved into Rhythm, has now been replaced with Radiant Blade, which grants 1 parry chance and increased crit chance per point. I don't give a fuck. Flesh grants increased damage per dual wielding per point. 8. These were trouble points for weapons, no? Of choice. So also grants increased damage per point, triple the max health. I mean, that's nice. Always like giving you a bit of value without meaning the condition. It's nice. Weapons of choice grants 10% crit multiple per point with a mace and a dagger. Well, that's a huge buff. Because that's what, 8 points? It's 80 crit multi with a mace and a dagger. And you can use Mace with Traitor Stonk. And Maces do a lot of fucking damage. You can do Bludgeon, you can do the Primordial one. Doomstar with crit multi. Yeah, seems, if I had to guess, just looking at this, you definitely want Dagger and you want to play Mace and Dagger on Rogue now, if I had to guess. That's what I would do, at least on mine, on Shadow Cascade and stuff. That's probably what I would do. This is gonna give you more damage than all the effort it takes to go fucking Eye of Reen and bullshit. So that's my guess. Cloaked Reaper now has a 3-point threshold bonus, which grants 3 stacks of Silver Shroud when damage taken from enemies puts you below 75. Okay. 3 stacks of Silver Shards when damage taken from it has a 15-second cooldown. 3 stacks. I mean, and it's a threshold now. I mean, this is worse, honestly, than before, no? Because you only really care about 1 stack anyway. And now, fucking 3 points instead of 1 point. And Blade Dancer is already pretty point intensive, especially if you go for weapons of choice. So, I don't know. Okay, more damage, more point starvation. Argent Veil, which has its effect move to Cloud Reaper, has been replaced with Deadly Mixture, which grants 1 vitality increased damage over time per point. That's a threshold bonus that grants 1% more bleed damage per 10 poisons, and up to 20%. This note didn't exist already or something similar? On Leech or something? And 1% more poison damage per enemy on 10 bleeds. Okay, some other dot stuff. It's not horrible, because Rogue a lot of the times gets bleeds when building poison, and even if you don't want to, and the other way around. So you can do a bit of a double dot thingy. Or whatever. Crit seems, and when this crit multi-note exists. Any major overhauls? So far, Acid Flask is dead. Everything else seems the same to me so far. Okay, Confidence now also grants 10% increased damage per point while at full health. It also now has a threshold with 1 precious token on melee hit while at full health. Okay. I mean, if you were using Perfection, sure. They killed it. Yeah, they make it so it's a 10% chance to proc Acid Flask. So it's still gonna be playable for their standards. You guys need to realize that build still doing 10 million DPS, which for them is overpowered. You guys need to realize the game is so off balance that the builds we're playing and the builds they want us to play, they're like 2 worlds, you know? So, you know, it's still better than, again, it's still better than 99% of the builds post on Elite tools. It's just that, you know, it's a 90% nerf, so people go like, what the fuck, right? Which again, is there a reason to play a build that's been nerfed 90%? Probably not. But it's still better than 90% of the builds out there, and builds that people hype up and content creators who get hyped and celebrated. So, yeah, I mean, if you actually look at the numbers, it's still like a, you know, pretty solid build. Nothing major, just capped Warpath RAM to 10 seconds. That could be good. Just reading it. Obviously, it's worst for like the abusing, weapon swapping, stupid ass thing. But I think it's actually I think that actually makes me like Warpath more, because that means you can make the mana cost stop ramping, which means you can infinitely cast. And 10 seconds, if you go 5 points, it's still more than enough damage. So I actually think that's a like a big quality of life buff for mapping. It's just like for, you know, doing stupid shit for Uber, because you gotta keep in mind, like, killing Uber. When you killed Uber, like, you were already killing Uber in like 30 seconds, and you went out of mana during the process. So now you're not gonna go out of mana during the process, so you're still gonna kill it in 30 seconds. Like, I don't think it's... sure, the top damage is obviously getting giga nerfed, like if you were doing some shenanigans with weapon swapping and you had like 3k mana or whatever, but for the average player, it's better. And I think for leveling, it's so much better. So much better for leveling, right? For leveling, it's gonna be insane, you know, because you're not gonna randomly run out of mana without control. So I actually think, oh well, let's finish Rogue though, guys. You're sidetracking me. Dash route. Okay, it works on throwing. Dash shot when you... Oh, no. The other one works on throwing. Dash shot when you use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy. Its +1 shot has been moved to a 3. Again, that's another nerf. Technically, because... I mean, this is good, but if you only wanted the one shadow and you don't wanted this, now you have to invest 3 points to get it. Before it was like a 1-point wonder and you get the shadow. Now you have to invest 3 fucking points. So it's a big... I mean, it's big... Again, finding the most efficient skill tree for Blade Dancers is going to be a fucking nightmare now. Because you definitely want Shadow Master. You definitely want fucking weapons of choice if you're doing mace. You definitely want all the crit multi-nodes. You definitely want perfection if possible. Like, and you definitely won't have points for everything. So, I mean, that's obviously what they want to create. But it's definitely going to make you scratch your head. Dexterity per 2 dexterity per point up to 5 points. Okay, sure. And you have thresholds. I saw this already on the trailer. Glancing bow at 50, 60 attack speed at 75, and movement speed at 100. And if you're playing a dex stacker, you take it, and if not, you don't. It seems like a okay note. 2 dex per point if you're stacking dex is great, right? But if you're not, then whatever. And a lot of rogues don't actually stack decks, right? Because they need other stuff. The point threshold of Skiayanititashis has been moved to 5 points, threshold on once. What was this one? Which is this one? Is this the... You get a... I don't know. Like, is it the frailty one? What is this one? I don't even know what this is. Or is it the armor shred bullshit? I don't even know what this is by name. Shroud of Dusk has been named Resilience. It no longer grants a chance to gain a dash shot when hit. It now grants 5 crit chance avoidance per point. It still grants 10 health per point. I mean, to be honest, pretty nice. Can solve your gearing. And 10 health. I mean, it's the same as the all-res endurance nodes. You know, if you need it, you take it. If you don't, you don't. Right? And this one is great, you know. Also 3 attack speed per point, and it grants dash routes on throwing. So that I see this is nice for Umbral Blades, for example, too, right? You get the throwing attack speed that you know, and you get dash routes which give you damage. So you might need to you might be able to not build as much on gear. That's nice. Marksman. That's it. Okay, next. Mage. Okay. Mana Refound. Oh, that's interesting. The Mana Refound from Teleport, Mana Tunnel, Meteor Aftermath, and the Archmage passive node in the Sorcerer tree are now capped at refounding up to 100% of mana cost, meaning that combining them will not refound more mana than you spend. Okay, so the game tracks if all of them are active. I see. Well, I mean... I wasn't a fan of this method anyway, but this was like a thing that people used to fix builds to begin with. So again, if you take Mana Tunnel and you take Meteor and Mana Tunnel is free, then it won't proc at all, I guess. We'll see. It doesn't really affect me. But I know it affects some people who are doing shenanigans with mana, who are using Meteor as a mana battery, blah, blah, blah. Black Hole. Doesn't matter. Okay, that's nice, because less points needed. Increase cooldown recovery speed, reduce cooldown. This is a buff. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be that noticeable. It's still a long cooldown. 4 points in recurrence, pocket dimension, black hole can store additional share. It only requires 4 points, so okay, you're forced to take that. Collapser and Pulsar now provide a skill with Collapse sub-skill. Collapse no longer grants duration. Okay, that's very nice, but I don't know if you were taking Collapse to begin with. We're now going to black out less damage over time. Okay, that's the only thing you want him to do, so fuck that. And Collapse doesn't matter. Okay, no changes basically. You can, obviously the extra thingy makes it so you can drop 2 on a boss from the beginning. That might make bossing feel a bit better if you can kill the boss with the single 2 charges. Because obviously if you throw through 2 charges and then you have to wait, then nothing really changed, right? You're just waiting for cooldowns up till that point. But yeah. You know, the charges will overrun each other. Enchant weapon. The icicle subskill with I think so far no changes whatsoever. This is completely insignificant. The icicle subskill with an enchant weapon is now named Ice Shards. Has piercing baseline. That's nice. Has 40 base damage from 12. Holy fuck, this is doing more damage than Lethal Mirage, you know? And you're throwing fucking 8 of them or some shit, you know? From 12. And 200% damage effectiveness from 100. I mean, for spells is good, you know, with all the buffs from spell, from melee and stuff. It's kind of nice. Icicle Strike has been rewarded. 2 chance per point to cast Ice Shards on melee hit, up to 2 times per 2 seconds. 2 times per 2 seconds. Okay, so instead of 1 per second, it means you can throw it more bursty. The chance is tripled while active. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so it looks fun. It's definitely gonna be visually pleasing. It's already fun, the icicle bullshit. So Shivering Blade grants 10 chill chance per point from 5, and also grants chill chance against frost gained as frostbite chance per point. Okay, frostbite. 20% of chill chance gained as frostbite. Okay, it's not as good as I thought, because you don't want to have too much chill chance, but maybe there's some crazy build that builds chill chance that I don't remember. Okay, whatever. Both effects are doubled. Sure. Lens of Elements no longer. Thank fucking God. Add a new node. While active, you gain 1 stack of Fire Aura. Obviously, if you're playing Fire Aura, I guess we grab that. I haven't got to bear MML. I haven't got to bear. Yeah, it's 100% if you take all 3, yeah. Unstable Enchantment, no cast Elemental Nova while the active duration starts and when it ends. So 2 casts. It now also grants reduced active duration and 25 reduced cooldown. Okay, so you can have it up more often. I mean, who cares? I mean, we were using Nova to proc something. It's very niche. Doesn't really change anything. Shock with chance. Okay, doubled while active. That's kind of nice. Travel points, so you have to take them, so it's nice. Conduit has been reworked. Passive grants 20 chance to zap on melee hit with a 1 second cooldown. And 1 second. I mean, if you're doing a zap build, I mean, I've never used this part of the tree, but I know some people who play static do, so I don't have that much knowledge about this, but whatever. Captains has been rewarded. Conduit subs have a 25% chance to point to replace with Lightning Blast. 4 points. Okay, so that's actually good. Because you can do, you know, the dagger, Dragon Claws, whatever the fuck, or you can do Battle Mage's Endeavor or whatever. This should be pretty good. If you build a shit ton of attack speed, should be... That's nice. I could see this being used. But again, just if you want to play Lightning Blast, just play Lightning Blast? No. But I don't know. We'll see. Ignite chance with melee attacks. Okay. Double 12 active. So they've been doing that for all the nodes. Burst of Fire has been rewarded. Okay, this Burst of Fire was what? The more damage per ignite? The 100% more than ignite damage? Or what was that? It causes melee attacks on ignite enemies to trigger a fire burst up to 2 times. Okay, so it's like shockwaves or whatever. While active, the limit is doubled. Fire burst has now a 4 base damage from 20. Okay, so no, that's the actual fire burst. We never really use that. So the ignite's still there. Let's see. Flame Blast now grants increased area per point to Fire Blast while active from granting cooldown reduction for Fire Blast. It grants more than important. Okay, whatever. Yeah, this is used on ignite builds and stuff. Kindling Blade now activates Enchant Fury when you use a melee attack. Okay, a bit of QOL. So it actually activates when you need it. Frozen. Okay, so the ignite's still there, unfortunately. I hate that note. The 100% more ignite damage. Super unethical. Frozen Spark now grants 1 melee lightning damage and 1 melee cold damage per 5 melee damage on weapon. That's huge buff, actually. Because now all weapons have generic melee damage. So you're basically getting an additional, like, what, 40% damage, basically, for every damage you have on your weapon. Kind of nice, honestly. That's pretty powerful if you have a weapon with a lot of regular melee damage, like a unique or something. It's pretty big, actually. And it doesn't say when it's active or anything, so... Pretty strong. Visual effects, whatever. Ember now states it directly to directly cast fireballs, pretty not effect. Okay, no change. Ember grants less cast speed from 10 less. Doesn't change anything. That's the crit note, I think. It grants crit chance from 2. Okay, I mean, maybe. It's still the same. No changes. Firebrand now has damage effectiveness. You never really use it for damage, even though you could. It's a buffer, so we'll see. Fire now consumes 4 mana from 6, and its Flame Whiff has 60 base damage and 30% damage effectiveness. I mean, between these two, it's a bit better. Grants 5 static charges per point from 3, whatever. 15% and 8%. Okay, I was planning to use this node. So great for me. More armor, Epoch. Conflict rate grants 3 mana cost from 6. That's nice too. Because the mana cost on this ability was absolutely retarded for what it did. Ignite chance from 25. Okay, well, not super important. That's kind of nice, but not super important. Nobody really uses that, but you could level with it or so. I mean, it's high level ability, so forget that. Ardent Branding no longer has attack speed scaling and now grants less attack speed. Okay, that's better, but still don't take that. Random Arcanus now grants spell fire damage per stack in addition to the melee fire damage previously replaced it. The spell fire damage granted is affected by converting Firebrand. I wish I could convert it to cold, but that's good. It's a bit of flat damage extra, why not? Added a new node connected to Flare, Heatwave. When you directly use Firebrand, you have 5% chance to per point a stack of Firebrand to gain a stack of Fire Aura. Well, you definitely take that if you're using Fire Aura, obviously. Hell yeah. That's pretty good, actually. 4 times per second, 3 points. So you can get 16 Fire Auras from this alone. Definitely use this. Definitely use this. Definitely, it's in my build already. It's my build, guys. If you use this point, I discovered it. It's my point. You guys are copying me, okay? Not the other way around. You are copying me. I'm not copying you, okay? Make sure you credit me, okay? Because I read it first. Fulmination, math attack speed grants 15 per point. That's fucking nice. When you add this stack of fire, because lightning blast consumes. I'm not a fan of this chain. I think they teased this node already. Dog shit. Update the visual bar around the doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Converted to lightning by the organization node. Okay, so you can convert the spell damage. Okay, great. Fire Aura now grants 1 spell damage. Okay, that's it. But this is obviously giga nice. And freeze rate per intelligence is kind of nice. And I think we're for sure gonna play it cold with the fire rest stacking with the gloves, right? For sure, everyone's gonna be doing that. And again, it's my invention once again. Okay, Flame Reef now has 20 cost from 26, 400 damage effect from 200. Okay, that's nice. And the classic melee stuff. Sorcerers has been reworked when you directly use frenemies and kill an enemy or hit a boss or rare. You cast Fireball. Okay, hybrid stuff, fuck that. Why do I care about hybrid stuff when I can get 400% effectiveness melee? And I get to cast a Fireball, which is the worst spell in the game. Added a new node which requires Rolling Thunder, Thermopile. When you directly use Flame Reef and kill an enemy or hit a boss or rare, you cast Lightning Blast at random. What's up with casting Lightning Blast? Random enemy within 6 meters, 3 times for 2 seconds. I don't know. Again, why not just... maybe to get lightning gauges or something can be useful. But you want... this is a very point Starby ability, so... And I like Lightning Flame Reef, like the hybrid version, but I don't know, we'll see. It's hard to stack mana also to proc the idols. 4% crystal per point. No. Chaos Fire grants more critical stuff against Ignited per point from 40. So actually, I like this node and they nerfed it, and the access to it was dog shit, so even worse to take now. Catalyst Ash have been rewarded when you directly use Flame Reef and consume Rhythm of Fire stack. You cast Elemental Nova with 25 more damage and area per point, max 2. Again, fantasy nodes. This is like, again, fantasy nodes. Like, I'm never using that. Flame Killer return no longer decreases to 20% of the initial damage, while returning instead staying at 50% for the entire duration. Okay, so 50% all the time. But you still take this, right? It's extra damage, why not? Firewall has been replaced with Ria Flash. Flame Rim now has a 3-second cooldown, but it expands and returns a second time. Okay, so you can turn it into... I don't know why you would do this, but okay. It remains at 50% damage off initial damage for the entire second repeat. Fantasy point, I'm never using this. Maybe you use it with Surge, proccing it or something, you know? I'm not a big fan. Maybe you use this with Surge, actually, because Surge should skip this cooldown. Or be in sync with it, at least. So maybe with Surge, you use it with the Surge Flame Refield, but again, it's a dog shit build, so. Max charges increase cooldown recovery rate and 6 mana cost per point. Okay, charges. Log out. Flame Reef pulls enemies while returning and grants you haste for 1 second every time for each second it returns. I mean, sure, utility, whatever. Now triple if Flame has a cooldown. Okay, sure, linger, okay. Maybe utility. 8 mana cost from 10 and 20 range from 35. Whatever. I don't see anything changing on this ability. Next. The way to play it that we currently play, it's still the best, I feel. Chuck Norris passed. Yeah, I was pretty sad. 86. You know what I asked when they told me he died? I said, who was he fighting? You know? Who beat him? Updated the fire visual effects of Flame Ward, the looping ward, whatever. Okay. Skip no sound effects. And nothing matters. Okay, they fixed this. That's nice. Nothing matters. He looked in the mirror and he's like, you defeat me. Mana Strike. 2 base damage. Okay. They clarified how the mana orb thingy works, but it works the same way. Good. Word Strike has been removed. Okay, the word per hit thingy. Arcanist Blade has now been moved to Word Strike opposition, and its description has been updated to clarify it modifies the mana gained by the mana orbs. That's nice. A new node, Stacking Force, has been added to Arcanist Blade's opposition. It grants 8% more damage per point and 10% shock chance. I mean, I've seen mana strikes being used for damage when you could go mega negative mana and basically bug it out to do like giga damage with stacking mana and going negative mana bullshit. I don't know what the state of this is. I know there's like the ogre guy who always plays this build when it's bugged. Imprint nerf, but but Mike said they wouldn't nerf it. Oh wait. At this point, just don't listen to the depth stream, honestly. Transfusion description has been updated to clarify that affects the mana granted by the mana orbs. Yes, it now converts 25% of the mana gained into twice as much worth. Defensively, interesting. If you're using Mana Strike to proc spells or whatever, this is kind of juiced. Because you can make it gain a lot of mana and you can attack very fast. I'm not a hater of this. It's definitely unnoticeable. Mind Warden now grants 25 more worth per transmutation per point for 15, so they're even buffing that more. Consumes Mana Arc. Nobody really... I mean, people use this with the Dama version. I never played this in my life. Looks dog shit to me. Max points doesn't matter. Since control has the more damage per point, increase Mana Arc consumption. This is all the stuff on the left. Weird shit. Critical Mana description has been updated to clarify in the instantly returns mana. Good. More damage while not on full mana from 15%. Okay. It grants more damage leads as health per point, whatever. No, to be honest, a lot of text, but not really anything impactful. Has been reversed breaking current more damage per point. It doesn't matter. Hit was already are now doubled. Rune Snap or Rage Snap? Shouldn't matter that much. Mana drain, Stargate has been rewarded. This is the static orb node we saw. I think this looks kind of fun. You know, you use this and you can use the new rings. Again, complete fantasy. I don't think this is a build or anything, but okay. Restoration, mana, no longer grants 20%. I mean, that's nice. Okay, nothing major. Meteor. Another buff to Meteor. Will it finally be used? Giga base damage. Holy damage effectiveness. Holy fuck. You know. If they haven't fixed the mana or the AoE or the clear or anything, it doesn't matter. Aftermath now recovers 20% of the mana. Okay, that's nice, but you need to use the points, so not that nice. 20% more area per turn for increased area. That's better. That's better. Those two are okay. This is noticeable. Extinction has a tooltip updated to significantly increased area from significantly larger area. Grants 3% crit chance per point. Okay, those are the points before the crit chance, annihilation or whatever. Astral Catalyst requires 2 points from 3. That's nice. So you can grab the 400 mana node without having to take 3 on the thingy. That's good. That's actually good. Infernal Descent grants 12% more clear per point from 12. Okay, sure. Sure. 8 more damage per point and 10% more damage to full health damage per point from 7. Okay, that's actually nice too. That's nice. Mana cast per point, increase mana instead of 20, that's nice. Increase full fast speed from 25, whatever. 2 points instead of 3, that's nice. So less points on cast speed. Added a node that requires 1 point on rapid descent. Rapid descent? Rapid descent is the one before the... So it's right here in the tree. Rapid descent's where my mouse is. Next to the... You throw multiple meteors. Meteor casts Frostclaw towards a nearby enemy 1 time per point, consuming 100 real close. Meteors casts. I wonder how this is gonna work. Is it gonna be per meteor? Because you're technically only casting 1 meteor, like you are casting. So I wonder if I would assume every meteor is gonna cast Frostclaw, but I don't know. And 120 of Frostclaw mana. This build already has mana problems. Like, I don't know. You might be able to stack mana and do like a build where you do a shit ton of damage, like bursting a boss, and it's gonna look really good on Billy, you know? Throw a shit ton of meteors, you know, freeze your PC, do a lot of damage, and then be unusable or have to use focus or whatever. I mean, I kind of want to play Meteor, not Frostclaw. Potentially a lot of damage. But, do you want to play Meteor? Do you want to play Meteor though? Frostclaw? Yeah, I mean you could turn it into fire and use the what is it called? The mace. But if you do that, then your spell damage is dog shit, no? For your... So I don't know. Maybe you play dots or some shit, but then you miss out on the huge... You definitely want to play meteor hits because of the damage effectiveness. Shatter Strike. Increase damage per intelligence instead of cold. Okay, I see the conversion coming. Nice. Shiver is converted to lightning. Frostbite from more sources. Okay, we knew that, I think. Instead of 10 stacks. Okay, that's kind of nice. But again, a lot of the stuff that scales from Frozen is not that good anymore because they changed them over time. They used to be better. This would have been better like a year ago. Other than connected to Clash of Lightning. Deals 2 more lightning damage per stack of shock on the target. Okay, that's pretty fucking good. And I wonder if you're gonna take this and go lightning and completely ignore Bloody Nip. Because Bloody Nip is a bit of a pain in the ass to gear about. And if you don't go Bloody Nip, maybe you can get a bit of strength, go brutality, and go low life, and don't care about the life leech, which is, I think, the most fun version, but we'll see. I'll have to sit on the planner and look. I'm going very fast on everything. War gain per point, whatever. And war gain on hit per point. That's a huge buff, no? For sustain. Yeah, Bloody Nip, yeah. Obviously, if you go lightning, you don't do Bloody Nip, right? Because it's cold pen. Increase mana efficiency per point. Max 4 points from 5. That's okay. I mean, this looks kind of nice, honestly. On hit, for clearing and stuff, is gonna be nice. On hardcore. Obviously, on softcore, it doesn't fucking matter. What the fuck is Bloody Nip? It's a catalyst. It's a relic, sorry. It's a relic you use on Shatter Strike for giga damage. Frozen Sharpnail, this is the stuff on the right. They giga buffed it. I mean, maybe you use this with Enchant Weapon. You have a bunch of procs. You proc Glacier or whatever the fuck. Might be fun. It's still gonna be worse than just playing Shatter Strike melee. So just know that. You could definitely play like a spell proc Shatter Strike, but yeah. Just play Lightning or Cold, whatever is better. Cold Penetrating with Frostbite, fuck that. We play crit, we don't play dots. On this ability. Mana gain don't kill. Fuck that. Oh, fuck that. Let's actually for one with a 100 weapon equipped. 6 to recast it on a 100 weapon equipped. Oh fuck. That's a change. 12% increase attack speed per point with a 100 weapon equipped. 6% chance for 2 to recast twice. Oh wow, they want you to go dual wielding. They want you to go 200, no? I wonder if we're deck stacking Lightning then with the weapon, with the void weapon bullshit. What the fuck? That's quite big. So you still have the recast, no? And you can get even more recast. But you lose so much fucking attack speed now, though. What the fuck? Do you even... I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know what to think. Before, it was like fucking... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you still do 2 weapons. Because you get, what, 12, 48, 48 for... It's a big nerf, but... You see a meta? So far, everything is the exact same. So far. Except Acid Flask is gone. But again, I'm still midway, right, through the things. Iceberg has been more work. Shatter Strike hits grant 6 armor per 4 seconds. This effect trigger 4 times per second. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's kind of nice. That's a lot. That's tanky. But it's very time intensive. It's very point intensive, so we'll see. It's the one here, no? Ice Barrier. Because before it, you could only have 1 stack. Now you can... No, we'll see. Further grants 3 ward per point. Doubled against frozen enemies. Okay. The extra Shatter Strike cast without having dedicated sound. Okay. Doubled against on hit per point. It's crazy that they removed all this word on hit bullshit years ago. Now they're just re-adding it because the game is so fucked balance wise. This is not even broken anymore. Okay, I mean, I think this is gonna be interesting to theorycraft because we're basically gonna have to figure out if lightning or cold is more damage, and how much we should go into defense or how much we should go into glass cannon. Because at the moment, people tend to go full glass cannon with the cold version and Morning Frost and Bloody Nip and all that. But I think if you go lightning and you don't have to go Bloody Nip and you don't have to go Morning Frost and you can go low life and you get all this worth, you might actually make a very balanced build that has good damage and good defense. You didn't playtest? I haven't been on the test server for the last 2 years. So the last 2 patches have been no content creator is on the city. So no testing, just knowledge. Nothing has changed, by the way. Volcanic Orb, my boy. Base damage of 40, damage of is 200. Okay, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. I like Orb. And but the problem is Orb doesn't really do damage with the damage effectiveness, no? You normally do damage. I mean, the core does a bit of damage. I mean, this is a buff to the Glacier build we have on max roll, but... Sharpnel has damage 20, okay, good. Has a mana of 50, that's pretty fucking nice, especially early game. Doesn't really matter with Glacier because infinite mana. Increased enchant per point. And Ignite, and I would assume they will convert the Ignite. Frostbite, yeah. Sharpnel per point from 2, okay, that's pretty nice buff. Less points, that's good. More Sharpnel, 20% more Sharpnel damage from... Okay, that's pretty fucking nice, and it's gonna be easier to get there. Frozen Orb, not conversing Night Chance Frostbite, okay, that's good. Overall, pretty good buffs on Orb. Should be decent. But again, is it still gonna be better than Lightning Blast or whatever? Even with the Fragment of the Enigma nerf, whatever it is. We'll see how much they nerf it. People have been telling me in the chat. Reduce duration instead of base duration. This should be a buff, since the duration, I think it's 4 seconds by default. So this should be a buff unless you stack too much of it. More damage per point. Glyph of Fire. There, okay, that's a buff. And 15 duration versus 15. Yeah, this is overall buffs everywhere, basically. Volcanic Orb, pretty good buffs. You're still gonna use it when you use it. I don't know if you are gonna do anything else with it. Passive tree, for what? For Spellblade. Arcane Current now cast Lightning Blast instead of Arcane Lightning subskill. Okay, that's the 5-point thing in the middle of Mage. And it has more critical strike chance. It doesn't really matter. Second mastery bonus, mana spend on melee text converted to word has been replaced with 40% of the mana spell type. Okay. I mean, this is definitely better for hybrids, but we'll see. 2 melee damage per point and 1 spell damage per point. Okay, nice. Spell damage, we like it. Arcane Warden. Before it was always crit? No, this was just mana spent. Harvest got Flake got nerfed, right? Army of Skin and Shattered Chains got nerfed and Aura Decay. We'll see. I haven't got to that. I haven't got to items, so we'll get there. Above that, was always crit. No. It was is the Arcane Lining was critting, but Arcane Lining was like a sub skill that had no tree. So now you're casting a full on Lightning Blast with a skill tree. This was like some shitty proc that did nothing. Okay. That's good. One creature bonus now instead grants one where the creature per 10 max health from one creature per one. I'll have to do the math at what point which one is better, obviously, because eventually you can get 1k health by existing. So that's 100 word decay threshold, I guess, and you would need it. Yeah, I guess this is a buff, but scales worst. Or it could scale way better, I guess, because you can get 3k health pretty easily and 300 intelligence is hard. So I guess this is a buff, I guess. Flame Walker Fire Aura chance is doubled with less than 3 stacks from 1. Okay, that's nice. Fire Aura, Stonks. Incinerating Aura Threshold bonus now grants more aura damage per 1 in campfire season and it's converted. Yeah, this is the build. I mean, every Fire Aura build is this, basically. Attacking Aura has now a threshold bonus convert Fire Aura to Lightning. Good. The threshold from occurring at 1 point. Okay, that's a point nerf. Also grants 5 static charges. We don't give a fuck. This is what we care about. 8 cold damage per point. Threshold bonus convert Fire Aura to cold. Okay, that's good. No other thing. Okay, whatever. Arcane Shielding. Okay, we always take this. So let's see what it does. Arcane Shielding now grants 8 health per point and increased armor per point. That's great. And has a threshold bonus which grants Arcane Shield when you directly use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy. Arcane Shield stacks up to 4 times by default and grants 4 ward per second and 4% less damage. Oh, holy fuck, that's great, no? How many points do you have to put this? And what is the threshold bonus? It sounds great. That's good for defense and some flat HP for early game. This is good. And you were always getting the stacking thingy. I guess you cannot take just the base 10 with a single attack though. So that's a nerf for builds that don't spam. But I always spam, so. Shatter Ages has been renamed to Resonating Ages and no longer modifies Arcane Shielding stacks for effectiveness. It has a threshold which grants gain up to max Arcane Shielding stacks when you use Search or Enchant Weapon. Don't really care about that one, right? Spellbait is more tanky now. You should be able to make it more tanky just by default, yeah. But I mean, it's nothing major, okay? Don't. You're going from paper to harder to cardboard, you know, so far. Prismatic Blade has now been recorded as illusory combat, which grants 1 dexterity and intelligence per point, with a threshold bonus of 1 dodge rating per intelligence up to a maximum of 100. Also grants damage per point on this sword equip. I mean, if you're double stacking, maybe 100 dodge, whatever. You get 100 int. Maybe. It's not bad. It's not must take. Ignite, parry. Nobody uses this, so whatever. Volca Razor grants increased movement speed per point, increased attack speed per point, and increased dodge rating per point, maximum point. Okay. Sure. I mean, if you're attacking fast, you for sure take it. Burning Hand now grants 8% fire aura per point from 4. Okay, that's good for us when you use a melee hit. From no limit though. Oosh. Okay, so I'm pretty sure all the melee ways to get fire auras are now capped, no? Because the idols are capped, the stuff that I seen on the skill trees are capped, and the passive tree is completely capped now. So I'm assuming you're gonna get between, unless you're using additional skills like Glyph of Dominion or whatever, you're gonna get 50 to 70, depending on if you hit all the caps and you have the idols, fire auras. If I had to guess, which should be enough to do damage with the new thingy. And then no burden on knowledge predisposition conjured armor grants 10 armor per turn, 3 ward per second per turn with a threshold of that grants ward attention equal to 10% of your increased armor. Your increased is the actual stat of increased armor, which you never build. So I mean, The threshold is dog shit. The points are okayish, but I don't know if you take this, especially when you're gonna be getting 15 armor just for using abilities. I think of all of them 3 per second. Yeah, something like that. And then you have 4 per second on Firebrand, so that's good. And you also had on Flame Brief, you also had some, but I think you're gonna go Firebrand for tankiness. Does this not include the increased armor from strength? Maybe it does, because it's technically increased armor on the pool. But again, how much strength are you building on a... I mean, you might build some strength now because of... And again, if you go Brutality for strength, which you might do on Spellblade, because the cost of abilities is good, right? Shatter Strike is like 20 mana or whatever, then you're not even getting that, so... yeah, this seems very niche. 2 endurance from 3 word per second. Well, that's worst, because I'm planning of going low life, so... Okay, shit. Flame Drinker has been reworked, and now grants 3% more damage with 10 cost melee attacks per point. It has a threshold bonus when you directly cast a 10 per cost skill. You consume all fire stacks to restore 10 mana. So I guess you take this, but... Blade Weaver has been moved. What is the current Blade Weaver? Blade Weaver, all position, Blade Conduit. Okay, so Blade Weaver is gone completely. For the Firebrand, and Flame Brief, that's completely gone. The 150% more damage. So I guess the only more damage you get on the tree is this now, which is like, what, 30 on Shatter Strike? Max 6 points? Actually, no. So 3 times 6. Yeah, whatever that is. 30 something, 35, whatever it is. Increase mana per point. Mana regeneration. Directly cast a spell. You have no mana regeneration for 1 second after directly casting a non-spell. Okay, this is some mana solution. I don't think I have a single build that wants this, but maybe you can make new stuff with this. Mana regen per conduit. Casting a spell indirectly grants a stake. Okay, so we looked at this I think already. If you cast spells indirectly, you get mana regen. Whatever. Well, no, you get mana, but you lose your mana regen. Whatever the fuck. No, you lose your mana regen if you manually cast a spell. Ah, I see. Okay, so it's just for proccing. Updated the description of Archmage. Nice source. A source. S tier, you know. S tier. Yeah, 0 mana shenanigans, yeah, most likely. We'll see. Other class, Acolyte. Abomination! Minions absorb when assembling an Abomination are unsummoned rather than killed. Okay, so we cannot proc the extra. That's a pretty big nerf, actually. That's a pretty big nerf, because you were getting a lot of extra skeletons, which meant a lot of extra damage. This is a pretty big nerf. It's not gonna matter, because you're still gonna do millions, but... I miss Meteor part. I don't think anything changes much. You might be able to nuke bosses, dumping all your mana, and then... You know... Just like now, basically. And with extra procs and shit. With the Frostclaw. Mana seems like a nightmare to me. And visual clarity looks like a nightmare, but you might see some people one-shotting Shades of Orbis and, you know, bosses with just dumping 3k mana on top of the enemy in a single burst. Horrific Volley, so they nerfing this. It's still dog shit because it doesn't stack. Chance absorb per rogue, doesn't matter, it's dog shit. 2% more damage per health absorb per warrior from 1%. Huh? They're okay, so you nerf it a bit and then you buff it to compensate. Okay. Doesn't matter. And very small nerfed here, but sure. Whatever. Now the borrows minions faster. This also affects the rate it causes minions to sacrifice with destroy allocated. That's nice. So far, nothing major, honestly. It's the same shit. Instead of doing fucking Instead of doing 100 million, it's gonna do 80 now, you know. But it's a nerf, it's on the right direction, but this ability, again, it's like a fucking nightmare balance, honestly. Because if it's not Giga OP, nobody's gonna play it, because it's absolutely dog shit to play. And if it's Giga OP, it dominates, you know. Yeah, you can still skill snapshot everything on this ability, right? You get Infernal Shade on it, and then you cast the thing, and there, you know, yeah. Some other nerfs. I'm expecting maybe Dread Shade nerf for single minion or something like that, no? Out of Decay, missing health per point, 2%. Okay, that affects some builds. That's actually kind of noticeable on some things. It's better for low life, obviously. You don't take that if you don't want to. For things like raids, flame raids and stuff. How many years until snapshotting? Never. Never. Crimson Enlightened cannot corrupt Pluto 3 times per second. Okay, they're capping everything like always. This node was a bit monka anyway. Creating enable projectiles. Okay, that's kind of good. I assume they're gonna do this with other bone thingies. I hope they do that with marrow shards for the aiming, but we'll see. Again, you don't never really use this, right? So, Seeds of Chaos can no longer trigger from recast created by Seeds of Chaos. Ah, okay, so it can no loop anymore. This is the recast chance, right? So it cannot recast out of the recast. Maybe there was some looping going on that caused server issues also on bullshit. Spirits and Flamewoods will now target enemies that are not invulnerable. I assume this is because the omens, right? It was attacking the omens and people complained on City, maybe. All for 1, 30 more damage from 40. Okay, it's not that much. It's not that much, but it is a bit of a nerf. Abomination overall, what, like 30% less damage, maybe? Which is still a shit ton. It's still gonna one-shot Uber, if that's what you're asking. You might just need a bit better gear. And 54 from 72. Okay, I mean, this might actually be a buff, because so your abomination might be able to move without fucking spinning on its own head and doing breakdance, you know? So this is probably this is actually a buff, guys, because the AI will be able to handle the speed, you know? Before it was drifting around the fucking Eterra map. So this might actually be a buff. I'm actually not trolling, because you know, this was the boss, this was your abomination, and your abomination did yoo-hoo! So now he might actually be able to target things properly, which is good, you know. But obviously, if it's standing still, it's a nerf, right? Attack speed was not super important because, yeah, you were doing the cliff and stuff. Like, it should be fine. Marrow shards, historically my favorite ability. Let's see what they've done to this shit. Bone Splitter, 20% damage effectiveness, a slight buff. Updated to Bone Splitter, okay. Increased attack rate for Bone Splitter of 30, okay, whatever. Bone Splitters are now affected by all nodes in Marrow Shards. Okay. Relevant node descriptions have been adjusted, whether or not Bone Splitters are affected. Okay, in particular, that means the following nodes affect Bone Splitter. Okay, that's a lot of damage for Bone Splitters, and they were already doing a lot of damage. That's pretty good. Nice. I mean, a lot of these nodes were already affecting Bone Splitters, but now the Bone Splitter stuff, yeah, it should be good. We'll see. More damage to Bone Splitter from more hit damage. Okay, buff to dots. That's nice. More damage from more hit damage. Okay, more dots for more hit damage. Okay, they really want you to do dots with this. More damage from more hit damage. Bone nice. More damage from more hit damage. Okay, interesting. Shredding Bones grants armor shred. Stock shit. Chance to double cast. 20% from 14. 5 points from 7. That's actually fucking nice. So you can double cast always, no? Okay. Add a new node. Cast a... Okay, so you get AoE with this. That's kind of nice. I don't know if I'll ever take that, but it's nice. The only problem about this node, the recast chance, is that you can kill yourself very easily because it consumes HP also. But you can get it. This is basically 5 points for 100% more damage, which... Because it's double cast, right? The auto target's still fucked? Yep. It looks like it. The Bone Splitter is now a node that also grants the effect of Marrow Shards. Caster previously gave. The Bone Splitter now also grant the effect that Marrow Caster previously for causing Marrow Shards to be destroyed. Oh, nice! What the fuck? That's super nice. less points. Marrow caster functionality has been replaced. Marrow caster are now instantly destroyed, creating a Splinter Nova around you. Instead of Bone Splitters, Splinter Nova is affected by all modifiers to Marrow Shards and Bone Splitters. I mean, this is the Porcupine. I like this. I mean, how big is the Nova gonna be? It all depends on how big the Nova is gonna be. Like, if you are this guy and the splinters go like this, then it's gonna be shit if you have blind spots and shit. But if it goes like this, if it's like an actual cover the entire thing situation, and if you can be in, I don't know, I wonder how it's gonna work. Yeah, I'm a big, this ability does a lot of fucking damage, and the thing is, if you make it a Nova, targeting is not a problem anymore, right? It's like with hammer throw, like just make Nova hammers, and I wonder how many projectiles you're gonna throw though. It depending on how many projectiles you throw. If you throw enough projectiles that it covers, it's literally like a Nova around you, and you can make it like travel further with idols and the passive tree and stuff. And you can now get the base damage for Marrow Shards affected and stuff. It should be pretty good clear. And you can also just use Riplot. You use Riplot, right? And you cast this, and then the Marrow Shards is also Mancy direct cast. It's not direct cast, so you can basically, every time you cast Riplot, you're casting 2 Bone Novas around you. Like, should be pretty good. It should be pretty good. And no longer pays the health cost when cast. All indirect casts. So the same for Riplot. Why 2? I mean, 2 times every time you Marrow Shard, right? So you attack all with Riplot, your Riplot casts Marrow Shards, and then Marrow Shards recast from Oseamancy. And none of them will cost mana if you cast Riplot. Rip Marrow, now limited to occurring up to 3 times per second from no limit. That's... Breath of Hero Rip Marrow. Previously, each individual cast could roll for a chance to be triggered a Marrow Orb. Yeah, we never really use this. Marrow Shards skills, this will... doesn't matter. Spirit Feast now costs Marrow Shards to restore 5 mana. And that's really nice, actually. I like this. I could see like a Marrow Shards Rip Blood Bife. Double cast is only for direct cast. Does it say? Is it? I mean, if it's on the tree, it's on the tree, right? Still should be pretty good. I like the Nova. You go Rip Blood, you get AoE. I wonder how you do single target, but yeah, on the tree. Okay. It would have been nice if I added it here. Alright, I mean, this overall, I don't know if this makes it... I think if you're playing Rip Blood Lich, it's basically the same build. You're just... Marrow Shards part of it got better. I don't think you're self-casting this by any means. But yeah. Sacrifice. Nova is now an area spell that hits... Bone Nova is now a spell that hits all nearby enemies instead of creating individual projectiles. Okay, that's the same with the Golem. No a chance to slow, whatever. Okay, no changes. Summon Bone Golem. Do I have to read minion shit? Yeah, it's nice, but... And this is nice too, but... Bone Nova, whatever. More hit damage to bleeding enemies, okay. Skip? Do we skip? I'll read it very fast, okay? Okay, we know that. No longer increase 2 times per second. Okay, so they finished the cap of self-hitting. 4 armor per point of intelligence. Whatever. No longer grants 50 health per point or 50 armor per point. It now grants in more damage per point. Okay. Okay, that's nice. That's actually pretty nice. And it's damage, not just spell damage, so that's good. More spell damage from 12. Okay, that's a buff. Amalgam of no grants increase attack speed and movement speed per point from 7. No grants cast speed per point. Cast speed, I mean, whatever. Infernal aura damage over time has another damage each second. Nice. We don't care about that. I've seen people play this. Not a fan. Bone Killing has been rewarded. Skeleton and Skeleton Mages which die within 18 meters grant the Fire Golem 20 more fire damage over time to ignite enemies per... Dude, it gives you damage when your auntie fucks you in the ass and it's raining outside and it's also the year of the monkey in China. Like, fuck this. It can stack 10 times though, so could be a lot of damage, but I guess you need to have a golem, you need to have skeletal mages, you need your skeletal mages to sacrifice your skeletons, and then you get these things for free. That's basically how it's gonna work. So again, if you use this interaction, you're copying me, and you can PayPal me for the insane information, okay? So yeah, it's a minion fire army thingy. Could be interesting. But again, Ignite, they buffed a bunch of uniques with Ignite, like there's a lot of damage over time stuff for minions, and they buffed, I think, the weapon, so the Ignite weapon. Yeah, the stacks are multi with each other, so yeah, we'll see. Ignite, Fire Army, Aeron build is coming online, guys, finally, after 10 years. Marrow Eater has been reworked. Thank God. 10 times for 10 seconds. Again, I guess if you take one, you take the other, might as well, right? More melee damage, but you're not really doing melee, so I don't know. Tower of Bones is a grand incur area of effects. Sure, Tower of Bones is like the one where you make 2, no, or something. Blood Golem Sanguinorf has 60 base damage, 300 effectiveness. That's pretty fucking big buff, but whatever. I mean, definitely the most, the Fire Golem or the Noble Golem looks like okay. Now, Abomination still exists. Yeah, who cares? Yeah, I agree, Zakar. Summon Skeletal Mage, let's see. Necrotic Mortal, 5 base crit chance, 500 effectiveness. I mean, leveling should be noticeable, but this ability has a cooldown, right? 6-second cooldown, I think, so... if you can reduce it, maybe. Battle Hardened now grants increased cooldown recover. Okay, you can reduce it from 50, it's in 50, okay. How many points this has? How much you can reduce it? Because I think the base cooldown is 6 seconds. So if you can reduce it like to 3 seconds or something and you have a lot, maybe. 2? So 100% reduced cooldown. So you can get it to 3 seconds, maybe? I mean, maybe. I mean, it's a big buff. Remove the hidden less damage modifier that was on Skeletal Mages. To the price, motherfucker. Okay. I didn't know this. Great Fashion not requires ergonomic speed. More damage per 25 max mana from 1%. That's pretty big. Especially now that you can stack mana from a lot of sources. More damage per point from 3 spell damage. That's huge, actually. 4 points. It's 40% more damage. Frostlich grants more damage or increase. Okay, that's huge. You definitely go cold, no? If possible. More health when you increase health and also grants 10% increase. I mean, thank God they updated this. Fucking hell. Again, will Cryomancer thingies gonna be crazy or something? You know, but it's definitely better. They definitely have some multiplayers now, at least. But Abomination is gonna do more damage than these guys in a single hit, so... Let's see the actual skeletons. Let's see how the cold skeletons feel. Because you definitely want to go cold, right? Or the Frost Leech, more damage. I think. They had a less damage multi? Yeah, a lot of minions do. And a lot of enemies do, too. Like, if you go into enemies, if you go to Tanglabs and you go into the bestiary, right? For example, you go bestiary. And I don't know, you click like a random you see, for example, less damage, right? They have a lot of enemies, a lot of minions have multipliers like that. Inferno grants, Okay, let's go for the archers. This, I mean, it's good buffs. The problem is, like, you made something pretty shit, less shit, but the stuff that is super good, still super good, so... Flame Braids are still shitting on these guys, especially now with the new boots for Aura of Decay, so yeah. Summon Skeleton Fire Arrow has been reworked. It now has 26 fire damage. Okay, nice. So it's actual fire damage, and I assume the same happens with the Cold Arrow. It also has just a less attack speed. Okay, less attack speed. Okay. Now also converts Ignite Chance from all sources to Frostbite Chance. Okay. Add a new note after Ice Arrow, Ash and Frost. The skeletons will randomly use both. Fantasy bullshit, but maybe you wanna do it for some reason. 100% more damage from 80 and 50% more health from 40. Sure. And both grants 2 crit chance from 1. Sure. That's kind of nice, actually. Marrow tap grants 50 resistance for feeding and doesn't matter. Individual operator has been rewarded. Rogues deal 25% more damage per point for each skeleton warrior or archer you control. So the one build that was almost good, which is fucking acid, like the poison ones, got absolutely fucked in the ass. The poison rogues thingy. This is absolute tragedy, no? Absolute tragedy. I don't know what they're thinking with this, honestly. This seems like, are you playing the same game I'm playing? Like, this one is... Guys, we need to talk. And Holy Rage grants gets it, and this is absolute whatever. You know, travel point, who cares? Okay, Volatile. Zombie Explosion has 600 effectiveness. Okay. Now grants 3-meter leap from 2. Okay. Poison chance per second per 2 max mana per point. Not scaled by max mana. Okay. Poison chance. I mean, maybe. But what do you play with this? Like, because if you scale mana, you want to have mages too, but the mages don't really do poison that well, so I don't know. Maybe you do ignite and you convert them to ignite or something. I have no idea. I think you can convert them to ignite with the new boots or something. I don't know. Whatever. You have a 30 point cast Dreshet on zombies created by direct cast. It's 100% chance with 3 points, and it's 50%. And if you're doing like some sort of self-cast, and you, this is kind of nice quality of life. And your dread shit is just going on the zombie exploding, blah blah blah. Kind of nice, kind of nice. This is kind of nice for if you want the zombies to actually do damage. Kind of nice. Chance to cast Marrow Shards when zombie dies. Okay, sure. Fireball grants more damage per point, more movement speed per point. Okay, nice. Increase explosion area per point. Nice. Holy fuck, the AoE of zombies on Warlock is gonna be absolutely retarded. Because this was already full screen. Now they're buffing it slightly more, so. Forceful Commander grants 8 increased cast speed per point and increased mana efficiency per point. Okay. I wonder how this is gonna work if you're not a necromancer. Will you be able to have Dreadshade as a non-necro? We'll see, we'll see. I assume so, because you can cast Meteor as a, you know, with the belt. You'll see. Maybe you use this some sort of like if you're playing like a warlock and you want enemies to be affected by for every aura you have in or whatever infernal shade. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And obviously you can make so infernal shade gets affected by the dread shade interaction, blah blah blah, for the resetting, blah blah blah. Yeah. With the leech set, good. Okay, I mean, nice. If it's summon rate, doesn't matter. Let's convert it to gold. Okay, nice. Whatever. I don't think I'm using it, but sure. This is for a convention. Doesn't matter. Okay, as threat. I don't have no idea. Cling of Life grants 2 resistances per point from 1 and 6 million to resistance per point from 6. Okay, that's a nice buff. This is a travel point anyway, so cool. Empty Graves grants 5 armor per minion up to 20 and increase all the range for 4. Okay, that's nice for minion armies, but I don't think it changes much. Shape-shifting. You are no longer set to full mana when returning to human form. Holy, that's a big change. Is Dread crying right now? He loves this shit. What is he gonna do? Like, Dread, I'm sorry. This kills a lot of things, no? Or am I tripping? Your mana will return to the amount you had before shape-shifting, but you will have gained the mana you have regenerated while shape-shifting. Well, the point of doing this is you don't build any mana regen. Bernado is dead, no? absolutely amazing. This was absolute cancer for the game, so I'm personally pretty fucking happy about this. If I must say, I mean, I think they can find ways to fix it, right? They can definitely find ways to fix it, because, for example, if you go Spirit Shilm, you know, the primordial. If you go Spirit Shilm and then you run the conversion from attunement to mana regen, with Spirit Shilm, you're still getting mana per attunement. And right now on Tornado, wherever the damage scaling is capped to 600, so you don't need more than 600 mana. So I think what you do is you stack attunement, right? You convert, you still get mana from the Spirit Shilm, because it still counts as attunement for the item. That gets you to 600, just enough, just 600, and then you get like fucking 400% mana regen with 200 attunement or whatever. And maybe you're able to kind of like, you know, you use your mana, then you use your rage, and then by the time your rage is gone, your mana will be back up when you transform, because you will have so much fucking mana regen doing that. Again, if you do this, it's my build, it's my technology. Okay? If you read it first, you own it. That's how it works, okay? If you read it first, you own it. Obviously though, you created laughing, holy. Obviously though, this makes it as a starter very problematic, right? Very problematic. But I mean, this is good. This build was absolutely busted. People are fucking noobs were abusing it and shit to level up. This is a great day for the community, okay? I wonder how much this affects, right? Basically, a lot of the cancer. This affects a lot of the cancer. So, this is a great day for smoothness. We still have the fucking DR when transforming, but that's a different problem, I guess. Avalanche, Mountain Pink Noats, channel cost was 24. Who plays that? Okay. Earthshake. Shatterquake has now maximum of 4 points from 5. Okay, nerf. Crushing Quake has 4 from 5. Nerf. Rapture grants 8 more damage per form from 12. Slight nerf. Seismic Tide mana consumption now only applies to second and third slam. Okay. You must still pay the mana cost when you directly casting it. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that's nice actually. Earthquakes cast by your minions can now also consume mana to trigger the additional initial... What? Earthquakes cast by your minions now also consume mana to trigger the additional initial slams of Seismic Tide? So my bear is gonna do an earthquake and it's gonna take off my mana? Oh, so suddenly, since we don't know how to fucking balance this, let's just add mana cost into it that nothing else in the games works like this. For sure it's not gonna consume confuse new players, you know? I mean, it doesn't really matter because you're spamming swipe. But this definitely makes mapping on this build even worse, honestly, on bear. Like, you're gonna be running around and you're actually gonna have to attack with swipe to get mana, or you're gonna go you know. Stormcrow has mana consumption? Yeah, I guess. But they're not casting an ability, they're doing their own thing. It's different, no? Like, procs from your abilities by minions never have costs. BR minion was already up. Yeah, I think we switched to Sabertooth for sure. We definitely switched to Sabertooth, which was already really good. What's up, Dread, by the way? I was joking about this change. I summoned you. Because I know you used to... Well, I don't think you've done it recently, but you used to use this a lot for your crazy experiments. Rip Tornado, wherever... I was saying that I think it can be saved, but it needs gear. Definitely not as a starter. You get the Spirit Shilm, you build whatever the fuck, the Attunement conversion, and then you get 600 mana just, and then the rest is mana regen, and you still stack Attunement, and you should be good. But obviously you're gonna need to do that. It was pretty simple. Yeah, for sure. And I think, to be honest, the range of Tornado is still bugged, just in Tornado, and with Gathering Storm combo. So, okay, Earthquake. Shatterquake, we read that one already. Gathering Storm is now possible for multiple storm stacks to be expanded within a single tick. Okay, previous storm stacks have an effective limit due to only being able to expand up to one stack. Vale. Even if the interval cast were reduced by 0%. Oh, okay, so the server tickings were fucking this. Well, okay. Now, if you have 100 storm stack, 50 will be instantly to cast 50 storm bolts. Preventing issues with your storm stack gain could reduce the thing. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm not a super expert on storm stacks. I've used them before, but I don't know. I feel like Tornado was so dominant on both human and werebear, which obviously human now is king, that I never bothered with this. Also, additional text to explain Gathering Storm cast this way is affected by effects which cast Gathering Storm and Stormbolt. Yeah, sure. Maelstrom! Damage effectiveness, okay. Tsunami! Who's starting Tsunami? Who's starting Tsunami? Raise your hand. Who is starting Tsunami? Raise your hand right now. It's the meta, guys. Tsunami has 300 effect. Based with an equivalent base damage, it no longer resists more damage for Maelstrom. It has a move to a node. Tsunami gains more damage per 10% and 10% increased area per attack with Maelstrom. Max 3 points. I mean, crickets. Yep. I don't know. The base AoE is so small, no, and everything. I don't know. Maybe you can make it huge if you have like 30 stacks or something. It doesn't have a cap though, so you might be able to make this pretty retarded. Because it scales with Maelstrom, right? It is a sub skill, so it should get the more damage, you know, per attunement and the more damage, blah blah blah. So if you have 30 stacks, because you're playing Spriggan or Werebear or whatever the fuck, I mean, you can get 30 stacks easy, right? So 30 stacks, isn't this 60 times 30? Like more damage. The fact that this doesn't have a cap, how much damage is that? 1,800% more damage. And Maelstrom has more damage on its tree because it has like a more damage on attunement. I think it's 40 times 2, no? So it has an 80 multiplier. And it also has the more damage on the bottom, which is doubled against Frozen or something. So I bet you can make this shit do a lot of damage. 300 damage effectiveness. It's a hit too, or what? I would assume it's a hit because it doesn't say effectiveness per second, so you can make it crit too. Corrupted mod pool is so fucked. Do we have the mod pool available? It's on Tank Labs, or where is it? I'll take a look at it, obviously. This, actually, unironically, I think this can do damage. 1 in 58? Hell yeah, brother. I mean, and again, Maelstrom was doing okay damage. You know, I've seen people play Maelstrom. It definitely. So maybe you play this with Werebear, so you do strength stacking, attunement. Like I don't know. Maybe. Warcry, you know, boom, boom, boom. You know, you can get like 30 stacks for sure. I know because I've done that, and the same with the Spriggan guy. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how it works. Because I would assume the Tsunami is going to cast from the Maelstrom, no? Because the Maelstrom causes the Tsunami. I wonder how many can you get, because you need 5. So you need to be generating them constantly. I'm thinking Spriggan is the best if you build a shit ton of cast speed, right? If you build, and you just go melee range with the Spriggan, you know. We'll see. Scorpion too, yeah. Free returns, 100% damage effectiveness from 60. That's pretty good. No longer less chance to apply elements. Okay. So I played this build both on crit and frostbite in the past, and this should definitely help. There's also a relic they released a long time ago, about, well, last patch about it, the one that drops from the woman echo thingy. I think this is kind of playable, but again, do you play this over Sabertooth or whatever the fuck? Or just regular Tornado? The boots no longer lock you in place, the Springham boots. I haven't got to items yet. Thorn's shield grants 40 damage reflect to attackers. Okay, nerf to reflect. This is not enough though, for sure. It's still giving you 1,000, so it doesn't matter. Ground shaking might grant 60% less armor. Okay, understanding. And more damage with swipe versus. Okay, that's, yeah. Bear. I mean, bear is kind of for sure one shot still, but a lot of the nerfs seem very unfun to play, and you definitely don't take this anymore, and you go into something else like crit multi or less damage taken or whatever. So I think you go Sabertooth now. Sabertooth is the... If you liked Summon Bear, now you play Sabertooth. It's way less single target, but the clear is absolutely retarded with the upheavals. And people complained about clear a lot, so they're probably going to enjoy Sabertooth more to begin with. Elemental Beast, I'm going to skip it. Summon Raptor, updated the state land of Brilliant Despair. There's a cooldown for companions. Yeah, whatever. Description change. Summon Spriggan had that damage from 60, no longer just stop playing ailments. I mean, Summon Spriggan is it's like a fucking sigil with HP bar. So sigils with HP bar. So no longer homing an erratic movement and instead fires the projectile in a tight poly. Okay. Whatever. They buff Stormcrow. Okay, let's say I'm an EHG dep. I go into max roll, right? I go into tier list, right? I go into endgame. I look into the tier list. Oh, Stormcrow is S tier. Let's buff it. Okay. Holy fuck. Keep in mind, this build won second place on Aberoth race. Like, and the only reason people didn't play it anymore is because Bear existed, not because it was bad. This one is like, what the fuck? Like, whatever. I mean, it's not like a great change. It's just funny that this builder is so fucking broken, doing 150 million DPS. Like, it's getting buffed, and then they're nerfing Acid Flask by 90%. Like, what is this criteria, you know? Bear is still broken? Yeah, but it's gonna be very unfun to play, Misha. Because now, when he casts Earthquake, he's gonna consume your mana. So you're gonna have to actually you're actually gonna have to swipe a lot to get mana back while mapping. It's gonna feel horrible. And people already complained about mana. I mean, for single target, it's still gonna be stupid, but the actual playing the build is gonna feel horrible, I feel. And again, we were doing mana tank a lot of the times if you were not doing the Primordial Hermit. So if you do that, then yeah, I'm not a fan. I think I just play Sabertooth, and I don't see a nerf for Sabertooth, so Sabertooth. Summon Thorn Totem, okay. Another build that needed buffs, Kappa. Permanent Bond will no longer cause Summon Wolf to be replaced with a Howl. Huh. When there is at least one active wolf and one active non-wolf minion. Added a new node. Okay, so they're fixing this thing that bugs all the time with a node. So if you want Howl to be on your thingy, then you get this node, no? So you can turn your wolves into like a Howl bottom, basically. This is pretty, I mean, I guess they fixed it. I don't know. Tempest Strike. Whatever. Okay, even more buffs, why not? Tornado. 18 mana cost. I won't. Okay, that's pretty good. It's still very expensive for leveling though. At 150 damage effectiveness per second. You never did really damage with it, so it doesn't matter. And if you did damage with it, you either went ignites or something, or you went the procs. But the actual tornado doing damage, I don't think it's great. It uses Stormbolt base targeting a range of 8 meters and that is affected by modifier Stormbolt targeting area. This is all description change. So basically they say it's supposed to work like that and it's gonna hit 2 screens away. I don't know what 8 meters are for them, but holy, you know. So they're not fixing the range. The storm orbs from charging orbs, no damage effectiveness. I mean, these were mainly used to apply dots and shit. So I don't know. But it's now channeled skill. Fuck that. I stop reading. Channeling skill. Okay, fuck that. Okay, let's read. Upheaval. Temporal physical material freely per earthquake is now converted to cold or line penetration if a heal is converted. That's good. 200 effectiveness from 150. That's pretty fucking good. That's a buff for my Sabertooth. Giga, you know. Earthbreaker grants direct uses of a Fila 60. Okay, that's a nerf. More damage and increased stun chance doubled for direct uses from 40% more damage and not for double. Okay. So you don't take this note anymore on Sabertooth. And you go for probably the crit multi or the extra chains or whatever the fuck. More AoE. You either go for crit multi for more damage or you go for extra lines for more AoE, which you probably do extra lines for mapping, and for Uber Hour you switch to crit multi, and that's about it. That's the only change. That's really good. 1 point only for the cold conversion. It's actually really good for me. Increased area per point. Whatever. Increased area with a mace. You never use that. Whatever. Uphill. Doesn't matter for me. Beastmaster, aspect of the shark, 10% more damage from 15. Okay, a reasonable nerf. That's actually a pretty big nerf overall for all minions, but it's not enough. Obviously, not enough. Bear or Sabertooth? Sabertooth for sure. Sabertooth for sure. Sabertooth, I think it's Giga actually. Sabertooth, like people didn't play it last patch because Bear was so stupid, right? But Sabertooth is gonna be, yeah. You never used a mace. I used Event Horizon a lot. For some builds. I like Event Horizon gaming. That's a mace. Increased aspect. Okay, that's a small nerf. Increased. Okay, that's an aspect of share duration. Okay, 10%. Okay. Okay, I mean that's significant. That's significant. I mean these builds were doing already giga damage without aspect, but it's significant. From 5. Okay. Okay. I mean this is okay. This obviously affects Bear too, by the way. So yeah, Bear can probably still one-shot everything, but you can play builds that one-shot everything and feel better, I feel. Elemental Shrine grants 2 attunement per point from 1. Okay, attunement stacking, Tornado, Spirit Shilm, Login. I think Spirit Shilm, bro. Spirit Shilm is the item of the patch, bro. I'm starting Spirit Shilm so far on Paladin. Obviously, this is gonna be fucking great with Tornado Shaman, which is, I think, probably the best Primalist build now. Per point, doesn't matter. Increase spell damage per point. Okay, whatever, nice. 3 per second from 1. Okay, that's kind of nice too, if you need the procs. Okay, Sentinel. If no judgment, we're happy, okay? And my build works. Okay, 300 effectiveness. But okay, Abyssal Echoes hit. Abyssal Echoes might be potent, no? I don't know. It's fine. Dread. It's fine. I'm gonna read it anyway, so it's you can answer me or you can interact. It's fine. I think this is kind of nice, honestly. We'll see, you know. Obviously, Void Knight has way better builds than this, so is there a reason to fucking play this? Maybe not, but yeah. But at least it's a significant buff for sure. And early game is gonna feel fucking great. Like 60 flat damage like that, and like you put this on and you're fragging at level 50 or whatever the fuck. So potentially really good for leveling a spell Void Knight. Because before, now you were doing like Time Brought with like smites and stuff. Like if you add this into the mix, it's gonna be nice. Okay, we'll take a look at it, Misha. We'll take a look. Forge Strike, insane. Hammer Throw. Okay, undodgeable, that's kind of nice. Iron Spiral now also allows hammers to pass through. Oh, actually, this is fucking huge, no? Wait, this is actually huge, no? This is actually huge. Wow. basically, for those who don't know, hammers, when you have maps that are like corridors and shit, you basically lose a lot of your DPS just by moving and going through doors and shit. And now this is not happening, so if you were a hammer enjoyer, well, it's definitely gonna be noticeable. It's definitely gonna be noticeable. It's good. Healing Hands, whatever the fuck, Rebuke. It's still OP, okay. And you need to cast it 2 times, doesn't matter. Shield Bash, okay, it's still OP. Murder's Wrath, it can now be slowly rotated. Hey, I like Smelter's Wrath, okay? Fuck you. Warrior's Fury effect can now reach a maximum of after 10 seconds. After that duration, the effect will still apply, but will now continue growing. I think this is actually good. I think this is actually good for Warpath for 99% of the users. Because basically now... Basically now, what you do on Warpath, if you are, you only put a single point on Warrior's Fury, because Warrior Fury scales forever, but eventually the problem is, eventually you run out of mana. So now what you're gonna do most likely, especially since we're gonna have access to more plus skills, you're basically gonna you're gonna build enough mana so you can sustain 5 points of Warrior's Fury, right? And I think while leveling, you will be putting points here as you go. So leveling on Warpath is gonna feel so much better. It's gonna be you're basically infinite Warpathing now, actual infinite Warpath. You will not have to cast anything other than Warpath. And again, I think this melee damage versus low health, this is not super important when you're one-shotting everything mapping. Maybe you switch this for bossing. But worst case scenario, you don't have enough points because you don't have corruptions or giga items. You just put these 5 points here eventually, and you'll be fine, honestly. I think Warpath overall is like an even better build than before. Even though the top damage, the people who like do weapon switching and all this bullshit, the people with 30k mana and stuff, obviously that damage is gonna go down by a lot, But if you were playing the version we had if you were playing this version on max roll, I think it's gonna feel much better, and you're not gonna notice the damage nerf, and the quality of life is gonna go giga. So I actually think this is even for the 99% of the player base, this is a buff, I think. And I think this is a good change, because honestly, like, does the mana kept increasing? Yeah. That was the problem, right? The mana kept increasing, and it doesn't anymore, though. Now it doesn't. So that means that after 10 seconds, you're at the maximum consumption. So eventually you're gonna be able to sustain Void well completely, right? Without never, ever, ever having to stop Warpathing. So you're not gonna have this fucking erectile dysfunction Warpath where like you're spinning, and then your fucking mana spends too much, and then you're back at tiny Warpath. Erectile dysfunction Warpath is no longer a thing, okay? How much less damage is gonna have to do now? I don't think you're gonna notice it, Dread. Because, I don't know about you, but when I've played my Warpath, like at 500 corruption or whatever, like, okay, there is a boss, I walk into it, I spin, and before 10 seconds passed, then it was dead, right? So, now, because I'm actually gonna spec the points of ramping, I think, like, the seconds before 5 seconds, you're gonna do more damage than before. So if you were killing things faster than 10 seconds, you're gonna feel more damage. But if you were taking longer than 10 seconds to kill things, you're gonna do less damage, basically. So I think it's only gonna be noticeable on Uber. And if you watch Volca kill Uber or whatever, we can actually check it, right? Volca Uber Aberoth Warpath, right? So if we take at Uber Aberoth with endgame gear, what you see that happens is that he's spinning, you know, and let's count 10 seconds, right? 10 seconds when he starts spinning. So he starts spinning there. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But right now, at 10, he only has 1 point on Warrior's Fury. So he's going to have 5. So he's actually going to be doing 10 times the damage he's doing right now. Almost, well, not as much, because it's not as much per point. But he's doing 1/5 of the damage he's going to do. So right now, he's critting for 200k, which means he's going to be critting for 1 million. But the mana will actually not go right? So you see that he's going. So the damage should keep going up now, right? But eventually what's going to happen is he's going to go Let's keep going, right? Let's keep going. So now he's doing giga damage, right? You see the 600k, so whatever there. But the problem is, like, eventually he's just going to go if he doesn't kill it fast enough. You see there, the mana, he's starting to get fucked. So this will never happen again. What happened there? It will never happen again. So now, you know, his damage went to baby damage, and he has to ramp it again because he lost it. This is never going to happen. So again, this is with endgame gear, right? Like 1 LP items and stuff. That build ramps like crazy. So you can kill Uber with, like, in 20 seconds with that build, you know? So obviously, I think the kill times, if you were super well geared, they're definitely gonna go up by a lot. And if you were doing weapon switching bullshit, it's definitely, I think the build is gonna be as strong as before, but you're not gonna see, like, stupidity weapon switching craziness, because there's gonna be no point on doing so, obviously. So I'm happy. I think it's a good change. I think the build is overall as strong as before, pretty much, for 99% of the content. Way more quality of life, and way fucking better gearing and leveling and gearing. So overall, S tier, W. Okay, items change. Fire aura, we know that is going to 3, right? It's going to 3 per 5 seconds from 1 second cooldown. Okay, that's pretty fucking huge. Briar is getting nerfed by 1/3. Nerf to... okay, we're starting with items now. Chance to summon B on Acid Flask has a limit of 3 times per second. Okay, I guess the B build was so fucking OP that they had to nerf this in CT or some shit. Okay. Chance to not consume potion capped at 75. Someone was doing shenanigans with this for sure. To do that. Shield throw ricochet, fork thingy, we know that. Converted to void, we knew that. Hybrid Tail Lafayette can now display explanation for each property. That's very nice, actually, for new players. Holy fuck! 50! Holy! Base TAG, no? Okay, so let's go line by line. Imprint items drop 50% less frequency. Okay, that basically means 50% less loot. Straight up. Right? That's 50% less. If you were getting your, obviously, imprint loot, right? 50% less. 50%. Similar items drop from imprint have much lower chance to have multiple exalteds. Okay, what the fuck does that mean? Because is this 1% less chance and they consider that a lot? Or is it like, for those who understand, right? What are we talking about? If before it was 1 in 100, it's now 1 in 10,000. Like, what are we talking about, you know? I mean, this is fucking great for the game, honestly. This makes corruptions, you know, this makes corruptions more appealing to do. I mean, this is 50% less as a whole. And this makes, from everything that drops, that's even less likely. And then this is what? Much lower chance to be a rare unique. So basically, okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't want to speak too loud because I don't know I haven't seen the math behind it. But, I mean, they phrase it on a very specific way. Much lower, right? They much lower is big. So if you're again, my guess is that obviously they don't want us to have triple LP fucking... But again, if they don't nerf... I think they need to nerf Nemesis then, no? Like, Nemesis triple LP has to go. It's then triple Exalteds have to go. They have to go. They have to go. It's not good for the game, in my opinion. I think this is really good for the game. It was very unethical. We were having too much loot. But this is a fucking crazy COF buff. Like, insane COF buff. Because basically in COF, you just go prophecies to get your red rings, and that's not affected. You're still gonna get infinite red rings and shit. But if you're MG, how the fuck you get red rings? Because now what people do is they get one red ring, and then they imprint it non-stop, right? And that's how they get them. And not only that, how does MG get red rings? Because what people did is that they get one red ring, they imprint it, and then they sell them, right? So MG is absolutely fucked for red rings. Which... Do we need to play Crab Rape again? Do we need... Actually, you know, I like this song. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's go. This is good for the game. I'm happy. This is good for the game. I'm pretty happy. Obviously, I don't want to talk too soon before we look at the numbers. Can you sell items? Yeah. If it doesn't have the tag, you can. Yeah, you can. And not only that, if you're MG, you're gonna have to buy them every time now, which gold is gonna be like a thing, you know? We will see. We will see. I mean, it doesn't affect me at all, because I was not a big imprint person. And, you know, I race and stuff. So obviously on races, this has no effect whatsoever. I have having 50% multiple access to guys a lot. For me, I think is a nerf needed for sure. Yeah, I think so. No, but it's good because they don't... basically, they don't... And you should not be able to get the rarest items in the game easily. You shouldn't. Because then they're no rare anymore. I actually think they have to nerf prophecies too, you know? A red ring is supposed to be rare. And until it's rare, until it's not rare, it's common. And if it's common, it's not rare. And if the rarest item in the game can be farmed multiple per hour, you don't have rare items anymore. Rare means rare. You know what I mean? Do you feel me? Do you know what I mean? Rare means rare. So you should not be able to fucking get red rings just out the wazoo by playing the game randomly. Period. You shouldn't. You should not. And the same with the multiple exalted bullshit, you know? You should get excited about fighting about tier 7. Like, bro, at 2 days into the league, I'm only filtering for double tier 7s. What the fuck is that, man? But it was not easy to get well-rolled proper double tier 7s legendary. And now it's basically impossible because I think what the devs are trying to achieve, and this is just my opinion, obviously, they're trying to change the game loop, right? I think what they want you to do now is you get an item, right? You get a tier 7, you get a unique, you get a tier 7, you merge them, and then you corrupt them, right? If you nerf the upper echelon of possible RNG and you know, the items the items that you get are achievable, then corruptions are gonna be more likely for people to be done. Like, nobody is gonna corrupt a triple tier 7 3LP item, but people are gonna corrupt single LP single tier 7 items. So if they make sure these things that are super rare never happened, they guarantee that corruptions are interacted with, and that's how you finish. That's what people strive for. And obviously, if you're a player who comes into the game thinking, oh, I want to do the same I was doing last season, I want to do the same as I'm doing last season, then you're going to get disappointed, right? So you got to look at how the game works, you got to analyze what the devs want you to do and what's efficient, and go for it. So aspirational would be tier 7. No, I think you're still going to be able to get double tier 7s because Nemesis exists and stuff, but I don't think it's going to be as early and and not only that, but what is going to be better? A double tier 7 amulet or a single tier 7 with the best corruption in the game? What is better? A double tier 7 or a single tier 7 with a tier 7 corruption? Because the chances of the double tier 7 getting the best corruption in the game are super low, and do you even have the balls to do that? But getting the best corruption possible on a single tier 7 that you can get multiple times, it's eventually going to happen. Blizzard corruption pool is fucked. If it's 1 in 58, it's not a problem. You said it's 1 in 58? 1 in 58? No? I mean, we gotta see how corruptions actually work, like the math and stuff. But they definitely want you to do it. 1 in 58 per pool, and how likely are you to land on the pool? And how likely it is to break? You know? And 1 in 58 is better than 2LP Red Ring, you know? So, you know? Like, I rather farm for that than 2LP Red Rings and hoping for the, you know? And it depends on weights, it depends on so many things, right? Yeah, but 1 LP item with guaranteed slam, and then you corruption, you close your eyes, feel the excitement. Worst case scenario, you have a copy because that's very easy to obtain, and a lot of the times it's going to be slightly better, you know? And it's going to work as a in-between between a double tier 7 and a single tier 7. You know, you're breaching the gap. Like, let's just say you have a single tier 7 and you corrupt it and you hit, I don't know, tier 3 spell damage, you know, and you wanted crit multi. Tier 7 crit multi. Well, tier 3 spell damage is still nice, you know. It's still the gap between the top item and the second top item, there's going to be things in between, which I think it's good for the game. And eventually, this item can even be better than this one, which is what we were mindlessly grinding in the, you know, and to be honest, farming for double tier 7 slams, I think it's pretty frustrating for the average player. I don't think people enjoy doing that and then missing the slam and starting again. Well, I think like throwing 1LP items into throwing 1LP items into the corruption rune, no one is gonna give a fuck. No one's gonna feel bad about that, I feel. No? Especially for items that are super easy to get with 1LP. I think this is a good change, personally, and this makes corruption more appealing. Because, okay, how many twisted hearts with 1LP do you get before getting one with 2LP? How many? Because I feel like you can get like 50, you know, before you get one with 2LP. Well, I'm gonna corrupt every single one of them now, you know, and the chances are that before I get a 2LP, I get something pretty fucking good, you know? That's nice. You know? And not only that, but it's a bit more exciting, because you're going into corruption thinking you're losing, so if you win, it's satisfactory. I think on a psychological point of view, like double tier 7s are players engage with them more negatively, right? And again, we know this because all the very, very, very rare triple tier 7s that I've ever found, I've never crafted on them. And the ones that I crafted, this was just for content, like my 2LP red rings and shit. Like, I know Frozen Sentinel, you know, plays mage. He has a 3 LP chess piece for mage, and he hasn't crafted on it because he's waiting for the perfect exile that now apparently will never come, you know? So I think it's much better if you're just finding 1 LPs non-stop and you're just corrupting them, hoping for like a POC moment that you didn't expect, and you go like, what the fuck? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I hit the best slam. I think that's exciting, bro. That's way more exciting that, oh, thank god, I fixed the 2 tiers. I hit the 2 tier 7 that I've been farming for 2 weeks. Oh my god, imprint farming non-stop. Like, that's just like, you're at that point, you're just working on an Amazon factory, you know? And you're just clocking in every day, doing your imprints. You know, I'm doing my imprints. Yo, I don't want to be bro, I don't want to be an Amazon workhouse worker. I want to be a poker player, you know? All in, boom, on the red, peep, hitting, boom, bam, bim. I'm a millionaire now. Boom, I lost my house. Boom. That's what I want to feel. You know what I mean? Do you? Okay. Hey. Based. Hey. But Cerberon, you're not gonna lose your house because you own so many houses. You're like, Steve will do it, you know? Gambling with money he doesn't even own, you know? Who cares if you brick a 1 LP Twisted Heart? You can get another one in 30 minutes, you know? It's like you can go to the casino with fake money, you know? It's you know? This is what dopamine is made of. It's good. I like it. Good job, Debs. This takes balls, too. I mean, again, everything I've said might be completely wrong. If these numbers, if much lower means 5% less chance, then it's still gonna happen and nothing changes. If much lower means 5%, then it doesn't matter. Because 50% less frequently than always, it's still always. But weaker builds that needed insane gear to build are gonna be screwed? No. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all, Afi Robot. The better the gear can get, the more difference there is between builds. It's actually the opposite. Like, the better the gear can get, the bigger the gap gets. This helps weaker builds, because the top builds don't get as ridiculous with this. So it's the actual opposite. And there's no weak build that you can't play without insane gear. That's just not true. There is builds and there's no builds, you know. Kane's reply to a guy in the forum made it sound like it was a significant and serious nerf, actually. Metagame changing for sure. I mean, that's good. That's it. I still don't know how people are saying that imprint proc always. The procs felt pretty rare to me. I mean, you also gotta realize that, at least in my chat, you have a bunch of no-lifers and like professional. I literally get paid to play this game, right? So obviously my perception of things is gonna be pretty, you know, I don't know what kind of player you are or how much experience you have. So you probably had that experience. I'm not saying you are wrong. But if you are actually playing efficiently and you were playing a good build and you were doing you were doing what you have to do, yeah, it was definitely happening every time. Okay, what happened? I bricked my fucking menu thingy. Okay, let's keep reading. Aaron's Will +2. Okay, a bunch of buffs like that, and 1 second cooldown from 3. Okay. Alluvion +1 skills. Okay, I mean, sure. 4 skin boots. Less attack speed. Same movement speed. Melee damage from 670. Well, that's a pretty big nerf. Still pretty good boots. I mean, if you max roll them and stuff, it's still good, you know, but I don't know. It probably deserved nerf. These boots were too good. Indirect nerf to some builds like Warpath and blah, 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 you know, but and Flay, but good boots still. Still good. It's fine. And now you can corrupt them. Hey, it's true. Dread, you can just corrupt them, bro. Just corrupt them, bro. Bane of Winter. 12. Okay. 12 bolt crit multi per 10 from 1. Okay, so so it got buffed times 12. Huh? What the hell? Well, that's a huge buff, no, to this item? I mean, it's sure it doesn't have a skill tree and shit, but... And 3 more damage per 10 and cap time roll chance for... What the fuck? That's a lot of buffs. That's a lot of buffs. 8 times per second from 3 per 2. Holy fuck. Holy. Holy. This is pretty good. Yeah, why not PO Sharons? Like, you don't even filter for them anymore, you know? You're bored. And obviously, you're gonna be corrupting every fucking red ring now. After you get the one you won, all the next ones, you're actually excited about, right? From prophecies. Holy fuck, that's a nice buff too. Battle Stage Endeavor. Okay. Maybe for some Spellblade stuff. 50 for the mana ring. Pretty nice. This doesn't matter. Anurok nerf. Okay. Dragonflame Edict plus 1 to minion skills. Okay, that's the fire thingy that we talked about. That would affect the fire aura we talk. No longer plus 2. Holy. Thank God I don't have to use that fucking minion anymore, man. Thank fucking God I don't have to have that fucking salamander following me around, fucking puking on my screen and scaring me that I'm gonna die to my own abilities. Fucking hell, man. There is also a bug on that build, Rory. Apparently the more damage on chill and shock on even though it's more hit damage on lightning blast, it's applying to dots according to a post I saw on Reddit. So Faxo Berserker 0.5 strength. Okay, they nerfed that and grants increased damage taken while you have frenzy. Fuck, I mean, why this? Why this though? Why this? Give me less armor or something. What the fuck is this, man? Softcore item doesn't exist for me. Okay, Fire Dragon shoes, nice. Fragment of the Enigma grants 1 lightning per special per intelligence from 2. Thank fucking God. That doesn't... Okay, and a bit nerf on melee. I mean, this nerf is coming 2 years late. And I don't think it's still enough. Called it? Yeah, I thought it too. I thought this had to come. Now they gotta nerf everything else. Like, fucking hell. Because it lost, what, like a fourth of its flat damage? So in endgame gear, it's gonna do 30 million instead of 40 or 50. I don't think you really notice this, especially if corruptions get strong. But, you know, this build definitely gets suffers a lot from things like the double tier 7s, because all the items on this build are like super easy to get with multiple LP, right? You use fucking Ladle, you use the Fragment of the Enigma. These items are so easy to get with 2 LP. So, what's about the interesting puke zombies? There's like a poison thingy that scales with that you can scale with total mana, I think it is. Increase minion cooldown, we know that one. Harbinger Needle is no longer giftable. Oh shit! You know what this is for, right? Caracal 50k corruption push. No, you know, this is all the fucking MG cucks, you know, and the group players, like fucking rushing corruption like fucking rats with their little slaves that give them fucking, take my needle, you know, fuck you, you farm your own shit now. Nice. You know, that's great. Harmony of the fist, 40%, not enough to bring it back, I think. 3 Bs when Deco explodes from 6 to 12. Dude, there's a lot of B nerfs. Okay, this B, Queen, whatever the fuck, has to be so fucking OP. Because I don't think Bs are really strong, and they're nerfing Bs everywhere on the patch notes. So this B Queen has to do like 100% more damage per each B you control or something stupid, because I don't understand. Has 750 effect skill. We'll see. Hold finger, some stats, Logi Hinder. That's pretty nice for the flame build, you know, the rates. Another nerf to Mental of the Pal Ox. This item slowly and slowly and slowly getting nuked, huh? I mean, it's good. It's already strong. And it's very easy to get with LP, so good. Mask of Indifference, 50L. Oh my god, I love this item. I'm using this item now. I already like this item a lot. Especially on low life builds, because it gives you chill immunity. I like this. Might use it. Might use it. Obviously, Omnis, big winner of the patch, in my opinion. Big winner of the patch. Big winner of the patch. I'm already a big fan of this. And now I'm a giga winner. What is that mask? Is the mask that gives you the primordial, you know, the primordial that gives you less damage taken from crits and stun immunity and all the immunities, basically. Immunity to fucking everything. I like that a lot. Permanence of Primal Knowledge, level effective legendary from 50 R50. Oh, that's the catalyst, no? The hardcore item? Yeah, of course. I am a bit of a hardcore main, you know. Ooh, this one was already pretty strong, no? I've never used it on one of my builds, but I know people were using it. Actually, maybe I used it eventually on something, but I don't remember now. It's been a while. Villager Cock and throw Burning up to 2 times per turn from 1. Okay, so you can use this with the new set thingy or Cascade Fire thingy. Primal Cadence, 15 overkill damage from 9, 15 all attributes and 15 crit chance base. Holy fuck, I love this weapon. This is the AoE axe thingy that I used on my hammer throw. This weapon was already fucking giga. I mean, it's very niche, obviously, but I like this weapon. It's cool. I'm glad they're buffing it. It was already pretty good. Meta? Hey, I don't know about meta. I think it remains the same as before. It's just gonna be nicer gearing, you know. This doesn't really change the power of the build. It's just easier to get crit chance. You get a bit tankier, a bit more damage, you know. But it doesn't really change anything. Reverend Rise, okay, pretty good item. Minion damage, Lechesis, fuck that item. This is the one that you guys say it changed, right? It no longer grants you cannot move. No. Okay, what did this give now? It now grants while in sprint form and stationary. Okay, standing still. Gain a stack of germination every 0.5 seconds. Okay, so you camp. This is a camp item. All stacks are lost when you move or exit sprint form. +1 projectiles with Spirit Thorn per stack of germination and 26 health regen per stack of germination. Oh, that's a lot of fucking health regen. How many stacks? 4? And +1 projectiles, so it's 4 projectiles. 70 from 80. Still a lot of legend potential for a boot, but I don't know. We'll see. This looks so good. They buffed the thingy. They buffed the thorn thingy. This was already pretty decent, and now you can get a lot of thorns. Maybe this is good. I know Bina was working on this build last patch, and he didn't publish it because he didn't thought it was good enough. So maybe now it's good enough. I wonder if he'll go crit or ailments. I think crit is better, but we'll see. Shatter Chains grants 5% more melee void damage. Holy. I mean, this is good because this belt was basically mandatory on every fucking melee build. But I mean, obviously, you're still gonna use it on shatters, on erasing strike and warpath and stuff. But I guess you can get this damage that you lose from the new set, the dual wielding set or whatever. Huh. Probably a good nerf, honestly. But and this belt, for example, it gets so much better with corruptions, because getting this belt, hitting like tier 7 health or whatever, and then corrupting it, you can get a lot of these belts. But getting 2 LP of this belt is fucking a nightmare, you know? Nerf to non-boy knights, nice. Yep. Soul of the Mountain, maximum spirit per 12 attunements or 1 per 15. Okay, so this is the item I was talking about for this build. So it's also getting buffed. Spain of Malatros, Flame Whip from all sorcery converts to poison. Okay, but the hit is still necrotic, so it doesn't really matter. I asked. And Flame Whip from all sorceries now converts to physical when Blood Clutch is allocating Chthonic Fissure 3. Okay, I mean, this was already a really pretty good build. Maybe it's better. Okay, I think this is the best buff of the patch so far, honestly. 3 and 6 health per attunement, bro, and 50 LP, bro. Best. This is the meta, guys. You play builds that use this weapon. You can play Judgment Aura. You can play Tornado Shaman. You can play Devotion Paladin. Bro, like, if you can use this weapon, you're cooking. You're gonna be so tanky, you know. For me, this is... I'm starting this so far, just looking at this. I think this is the best. It's so easy to get and stuff. Storm Sprite now also against 2 critical multiple per attunement and 4% increased damage. Storm Sprites increase per point of strength. Increased damage. What the fuck? What is this? Ah, I see. It's the fucking from the weapon. Oh, that's fucking dog shit. It's the actual minions get it. Who cares? It's from the attunement fucking axe thingy. This the Tempesmo. Sword Catcher nerf. Okay, because they're buffing Frenzy a lot with the rampancy thingy. Makes sense. It's a pretty big nerf though. Tempesmo, okay, that's the same thing as this. I guess they fucked up the order here because it made it confusing. Okay, this one is important. Ticket of Blinding Light damage and blinding effect has now a maximum range of 8 meters from 12. That's pretty big. Its damage is now based on distance, scaling linearly from 10% at 8 meters up to 100% at 4 meters. Huh. And Thornshell nerf by a third. Pretty big nerf. Pretty big nerf. Especially when it comes to quality of life, because obviously if you're sitting on top of a boss, it doesn't really matter. It's gonna be the same. But the problem is, like, the best thing about this build was the range. So, do I recommend playing this when you have to... I don't think so. Like, if you're sitting next to the dummy or next to the boss, there's no difference, but the problem is clearing is gonna feel much awful now. I think they nerfed it too much. And they nerfed they nerfed it on so many ways. They nerfed idols by a lot. I mean, this is the biggest nerfed, damage-wise. Like, this is huge. And then they nerfed everything else. I don't think there's a reason to play this when Judgment Aura exists. And especially if you're playing this version with Druid for the movement, well, now you don't get the mana back, so I wonder how they're... I don't know how you're gonna... how that's gonna work. So... still playable, but I wouldn't recommend it at all. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, no matter what corruption you are, right? No matter what corruption you are, like, you gotta realize 4 meters, right, is Bastion of Honor, right? So if enemies are not here, you're not doing all your damage. And 8 meters is double that. So it's 2 Bastions of Honor. So before, enemies were here and they were insta-dying. Now they're gonna come. They're not gonna take any damage. Here they're gonna take 10% of the damage. And then here finally they're gonna die. Because this space is so small, they're gonna have the first stick here or whatever the fuck. And then by the time they get here, they're dead already. So, you know, if you're doing like arenas or something where the enemies are moving to you. But for example, killing range enemies on this build is going to be a nightmare because you're actually going to have to get close to them and then backtrack or whatever. It's just like the best thing about this build is that you just walked and everything died, and now you can't do that, right? It was very degenerate, so... And you gotta stand... I mean, standing in front of Uber Abbey on this build doesn't really matter because you could just face tank it, so it doesn't matter. But you didn't really play this build as a bosser. Even though it could do Uber Aberoth, you played this build because it was the best farmer, and it's definitely not that anymore. So Unless it's your favorite playstyle or you're like disabled or something and you don't have hands, so you play with controller or something and you want to play something that has no bottoms or some shit, I don't think there's a reason to play this. Like when I mean disabled, I mean actually physically disabled, you know. Third side glass buff. Okay, that's interesting. Tyrant School nerf. Okay. Volcanus. I don't know if I'll use that. 12 meters. That's pretty fucking big. 12 meters is big. Mentally disabled, even more, actually. Kappen. Mentally disabled, even more. Whetstone Gravel buff. Holy, that's nice. Hey, maybe this is a rogue item now. No? You get 18 all attributes, you get, you know. You go Mace, and then Traitor's Tongue. I was already a big fan of this weapon, I just didn't really find a build where it made sense to use a one-handed mace, but now it kind of makes sense. And I wonder if you even do Traitor's Tongue, because you kind of want to do Traitor's Tongue on Rogue, but you kind of want to use an Exalted, so you get the effect of the thing. Stormbolt, yeah. I like this weapon. Good buff. Wild Embers, I read it, or I read this, I don't know. Doesn't look like much to me. Doesn't look much to me. Wings of Discord, buff on dodge, nice. Wrong rack no longer allows skill down. It now adds a minimum 3-second teleport. Thank fucking god for the, you know, potion cooldown in immortality abuse bullshit. The avocados have ripened. Okay. Forgotten set knight. Okay, buffs to sets or what? Okay, small buff here. 300. Okay. 138, 300. Okay, so the reforged set item is okay, actually. But are you not gonna use a unique sword? Like, I don't know. I don't see this being used. Block. Whatever. A lot of damage for leveling, you know. Why not? Gaspar. Fuck that. Cooldown of Gaspar. No, nothing matters. Halbar. Risk because you have the replicas as bold. Okay. Reforged set item. It's a pretty decent buff, but gain haste when you kill an enemy from spells. And sure, whatever. Oversplit, physical damage. What about the casting the thingy? Yeah, it doesn't really do much. Lightning spell, okay, sure. The Invoker 2-piece set grants increased elemental cast speed, and the 3-piece bonus set grants +2 now from +1. Okay. They forgot to nerf World Splitter? Warpath King, baby. Warpath King. Okay, this is kind of nice. And these buffs are nice, but I don't think it changes anything, personally. Maybe you do some Legends Entwined combo with this to get a shit ton of plus skills or some shit, but very soft core, not my guy, no, not my wife. +1 to swipe. What? Okay. 60 health regen. I mean, leveling. And 3 to Warcry. Okay, that's kind of nice. +3 to Werber form. And 100% endurance. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, sure, maybe. Ruby Fan Cleaver. Increase melee attack speed, chance to poison a melee hit. That's a big fucking buff. But again, this is like an interesting item, but there's not really an ability that can make super use of it, unfortunately. Less poison damage. Taken. Okay. Just to poison fire from hit. That's a big buff. I don't know. I mean, the numbers are better, that's for sure. Maybe. Cleaver is an axe though, so I don't know. Shattered Lands, let's see. 3 to 30 regeneration buff. And a lot of fucking cold. That's pretty nice. 75 cold with that much regen as a... It's primordial though. You're never gonna do that. Up to 2000, so pretty big buff. Per 10 health regen. From 5 per 10 up to... Okay, so pretty big buff. Again, it's just hard to find a cold build that builds regen. This is better on Primalist, obviously, because it gets the most regen. You could do on Spellblade, but eh. Okay, nice. Okay, whatever. Cynthia, all resistance for minions. Okay, this is always nice for leveling minions. This used to be meta, by the way, when the minion army build was the best build. Wow, +3/+3. That's kind of nice. Kind of nice. And 480 minion health on the set. Not bad. Yeah, maybe Apple robot, but I don't know. I just think 1 LP items are is the meta. Like I don't think I think I have to talk with the team, but I'm pretty sure when I call Volka's gonna tell me no exalteds on any planner, even if it's better than a shitty unique. Like no exalteds, they're banned, you know. And I think I agree. Can it have corrupted after and still with magics? Yeah, you can corrupt any item. Yeah. I think so. I've seen magic items corrupted on the teasers. Sunforge Great Helm grants 350 armor, 300 increase armor, okay. 11 health regen per weapon, okay, that's pretty good. 850 armor, 85 resistance, increased damage, oh holy, 40 increased from 25. And at tier 8 is 64 increase. Yeah, but I mean, you're never gonna do Primordial. 1 LP corrupted aspirational. I mean, we're probably gonna show more just in case to show people what to do, but yeah. 30 melee farther from 25. 60 ignite. 30 melee damage per weapon from 80. Holy fuck, that's a lot of damage, bro. But it's a tier 8, so this number is deceiving. Okay. Visuals, decrease enemy flinching animations. Okay, enemies. Here comes. How much more damage are we taking? More health from level 32 onwards. Remember, this affects Aberoth. Right? This affects Aberoth. So if he had however many fucking million, now he has a couple more million. So keep that in mind. And the same goes for this. 5% more damage from level 10. So they really want you to feel the change when you go to chapter 2. Okay. Damaging ailment sticks players every 0.1 seconds instead of 0.5. Okay, so what this basically means is that when you get ignited or when you get bleed, it's gonna be like a invert. You know, it's gonna be like in PoE, how you see your HP going. Click, 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 click. It's not gonna be like, right? So this makes it's gonna be, well, it's a mix of things. You're gonna have to be faster because you don't have that delay, but you're not gonna get surprised. So technically a buff if you're a good player, and if you have sustain, obviously a buff. Ice Golems entirely. Okay, Ice Goliath is the big guy that does like a glacier, so I wonder what he's gonna do now. Spider models, okay. Updated seed engineers, okay. But not overhauled, so it's just visuals, okay. Tyrant's small roar has been significantly reduced, and their bulldoze attack is now considerably faster. Tyrant small, that's the T-Rexes, okay. 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 Boss changes. Panion student, let's see. This doesn't matter. Houseprex Orion has started training regimen, and the gains are already paying off. What? He goes to the gym? His attacks are all now generally more than... This is the first boss, the bird boss. On, you know, the one who's mounted on the bird. Their cooldowns have been slightly reduced, and he's mostly constantly avoid targeting low priorities such as skeletons. Okay, so we gotta be careful on that boss on the campaign. Don't get cocky tanking things that I used to tank. So I'll test that. Panion stones are now individually slightly less durable, thank fucking god, and slightly more dangerous. Okay, so they do more damage, and you can die here on hardcore if you're speedrunning, if you get shotgunned by a couple things. So good to know. Panion Students, Elder Panion has Established an even stronger connection with the void. Yo. Kane, you're getting creative, man. Like, you know, this guy fucking kills Uber Aberod with bees and starts writing like a poet, you know? All of these attacks now do even more damage. Oh, I used to face tank everything, so... Okay, this is gonna slow me down, okay? So if my time is lower than average, it's because of this, okay? Emperor Remains is much more intent to killing the player. Okay, so they're buffing the difficulty of the early game quite a lot. Interesting. Okay. The Wengari Matriarch and Patriarch have returned from a romantic getaway on the shores of Hero Temple and now have a much stronger matrimonial bond. Okay, you can tell whoever was like Kane writing the patch notes was already so fucking cooked after 20 pages that he just, you know, he just let it go. They now seek vengeance when their mate is slain and become far more dangerous. I wonder what that fucking means. They're gonna get enraged. That's what's gonna happen. When you kill one of them, it's gonna get enraged. I guarantee you. So it's gonna surprise you with a jump faster than it should. It's gonna kill me. Fuck. Well, Apophis has shed her skin and gained considerably more health in the process. As a welcome side effect, most of her attacks now also deal tremendously more damage than before. We recommend dodging the void lasers. I'm never fighting her, so it's fine. Drow Queen Venom, we're never doing that. Twin Dragons, never doing that. Twin Dragons, never doing that. Observer, we're never doing that. Observer, never doing that. Observer, never doing that. Perfect. Champion. Decrease the size of champions for visual clarity. Okay, so the super big ones. Read it? No? Okay, which one I have to read? Which one do I read? Is it for the lore? Wrong chat, sorry, I see. Added a new champion based on Ice Goliath, Alexus, the Frozen Ma. Okay, and Ice Goliath is new, so I'll be careful with that. Etzali, the first tome, this motherfucker, you know, takes 80% less damage while roaring. This is the guy that you find in tombs that goes and then does like a 360 tail whip. What the fuck, is even less immune now? Fucking hell, this is annoying. Okay. Gravedigger has 72 more health. That's the Desecrate, the spinny guy. Okay. 75 more? What the hell? The Gorilla has 50% less health, and the permanent buff gains from the ability he uses 7 grants less difference. Okay, so this one is actually going to take damage, but it does more damage. So you got to be careful when he dashes, basically. This guy already did a lot of damage, so... But at least he's not unkillable. Skritter, the fucking rat you find in the sewers, has more health and inflicts poison, bleed, frailty, and deals less hit damage. Okay, this is dangerous on the campaign. 100 more experience. Okay. Dual wielding cultist champion. Okay, this is good. More damage and health. Okay, this is whatever. List the slicer, whatever, it's fine. Random encounters. Okay, this is important. Exiled mages have 54% less health at level 1. That's good because they're impossible early. And around the same health as before at level 30. And 10% more health at level 100. Okay, so they're getting 10% more health. And the enemies are getting buffed by 10%. So they have 20% more health. And they're probably multiplicative with each other. Because that one is the general buff. And this one is particular on them. So they're going to have a lot of health. Well, they were already super squishy. So it's probably good. Exile mages deal less damage. But they do the same. Reef beasts have less base health. Do they spawn the same? Important. Less spell health on... And now only gain increased health per evolution from 25. Okay. Reef-Beast leaders now start with 2 pre-existing evolutions, making them more rewarding and the fights themselves more immediately challenging and complex. So basically what this means is they're gonna be dropping rewards, like petals and shit, the first time you kill them. Because they're gonna have 2 pre-existing things that you didn't choose. Well, you're gonna grind the same, right? Because you're still gonna have to go through the entire cycles. But they're gonna make them... By the time you finish them, instead of having like 3 or 5 evolutions, they're gonna have whatever they had plus these 2 pre-existing. So you're gonna get some pretty juiced up beasts even early on. So this can actually kill me, because I'm gonna be doing beast on my leveling because I want the weapon. The number of chosen evolution in Allegiance has not changed, so the number of chosen evolution. Okay, so Beasts have now up to 9 instead of 7. So they're potentially more rewarding, but way more dangerous. The included beasts with exchange. Okay, whatever. Nemesis have 40% less health at level 1, around the same health as level 30, and 10% more. So Nemesis more tanky, and Nemesis less damage, but more damage at level 100. Okay, something to consider. Endgame updates. This never ends, or what? The system for unlocking level 80 has been reworked. Yeah, we know about this, right? So basically, you get to Monolith, you can do all of the timelines, but then you need to do 5 of these objectives, but this one gives you 2, and this one gives you 2 because they're high level. So I think on hardcore, on softcore, you're just gonna do one of these ones, and then this one, and that's it, and you unlock Empowered normally. But in hardcore, you probably still do Fall of the Outcast, Black Sun, Stolen Lands, or whatever. Or you might skip Stolen Land. You might still Ending the Storm or something and do these 2. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to calculate. Knowledge of Orb is shared with the characters. Okay, so you only have to do it once. And this is really good for softcore and for alts, so you're not forced to do shitty difficulty, you know, it's nice. But again, when it comes to racing, which is what I do, it doesn't really make a difference because XP is basically the maximum experience you get is the bonus XP you get is capped at 10 levels per zone. So it doesn't really matter. Hey Bina, thank you for the raid. I'm excited. I'm still reading. We need music. I'll finish reading and I'll put music because I want to re-upload this on YouTube or something. Racing starts level 95. Yeah, pretty much, but we'll see. The player first harbingers can occur on the boss echo if there's chance, and they removed the thingy. The Echo reward, rock and reward chests have been merged. The chest is now in the center, close to the rock was. It contains specific rewards. Okay, can I go through this though? Because it looked annoying as fuck. Like you click on it and then you have to like circle it. Was late, Arcedius? Don't worry, I'll re-upload. Thank you, Bina, once again. I'm pretty excited though. Timeless quests are not displayed as bottoms. Echo quest, normal difficulty, timeless. Only present. Okay, this is huge for the racing, obviously, and cheesing. You harbinger corruption info display. Show if you have succession correction to spawn harbinger. Okay, yeah, the new UI, we've seen it on the trailer, right? Echo tooltips, you have like a filter thingy, whatever. Yeah, bonus stability, blah, blah, blah. Move the force to the opposite side. Added 2 new zones. Random encounters. Okay, this is important. Exiled Mage. Reduced rune prison spawn rates by 40%. Rune prisons, okay. So rune prisons are the one where you kill the guardian and then it gets the Exiled Mage. They're like double tipping. And rune warden spawn rates by 20, which is the little guy. Actually, no, rune prisons are the default, and rune wardens is the guy that spawns the rune prison. So way less Exiled Mages. Okay, I mean, I'm not killing them on my characters because I don't need the weapon, but this is a nerf to Lightning Blast, I guess. It's the only way to get the weapon, I guess. You know, 40% less loot. Cannot add T5 affixes to unique or legendary items if your character is below 24. Okay, so it's leveling shit. I never do Nemesis early, so it doesn't affect me. I never do them early. So, but if you were doing them early, well, nerf. Less good gear to trivialize the game. Reduce regular Reef Beast encounters rate by 25. Ugh. Regular Beast encounters can spawn from level 20 or from level 10. Okay, so obviously they want you to encounter the omens, right? Because it's the season mechanic. I don't do them on level 20, so it doesn't affect me. But this basically means it delays my primordial weapon by a lot, so I have to think about that. It once again willing to purchase your unwanted items. Okay, nice. Tombs of the Erased. Okay. Chests at the end of the tomb have been adjusted to generate more rewarding. Okay, that's nice. Oh, so you can double dip basically. Accordingly, you do that and then you do that. For an echo that has reached a second bonus. Okay, no, never mind. Audio updates. We don't give a fuck. Narrative and World. Merchants Guild. Doesn't matter. The Woven. New notes. Omen Executor are more likely to spawn. Omens have a chance to spawn in your Echo. Omen Soldiers Once have a chance to summon void champions. Okay. Members of the Observer, that's the one that makes everything lines. Use imprints. During the increased spawn rate of Blood and Guile, Nesting Grove, and Rampant Coast to be closer to the spawn rate of other similar woman echoes. Oh shit, it wasn't. They have reduced it. No Rampant Coast, guys. Well, I mean, you can still do it, but you can't just like breed it like crazy. Yeah, imprint meta, bro. Imprint meta's gone, bro. Back to prophecies. Which means we're not getting any loot on the first 2 days while leveling. Well, first day, but you know what I mean. Okay, exiled but not forgotten. Weaver 3 not causes room prisoners one 2 mages at the rate of 20% per month with a maximum of 5 points from the. Oh, that's fucking huge actually. That's fucking huge. It's big for my strategy for XP because I might get it. Loot filters, 200 rules. We already seen it. You can do a shit ton of crazy shins. The Forge. In the Forge, using a Glyph of Order will now show the value of affix will upgrade to. Improved, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Forge. Sure. Visual, haptics, whatever the fuck. Stash adjustments. I don't use macros, so it doesn't matter. Brambles and rogue animations. That's great, that's great. Good stuff, good stuff. Ladders. Oh shit. It happened. Corruption ladder is in, guys. Hardcore. I wish it was only hardcore. It's not only hardcore, right? Oh. I mean, Caracal 50k corruption giga, you know? I mean, obviously, softcore corruption is like an absolute joke because it's just about who like hates their life the most. But I think hardcore corruption is gonna be interesting, you know? I'm kind of curious to see what people play at. No separate SSF ladder. For corruption, I have no idea. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. It might have attack on the player though, you know. Everyone's dead on this one. Look, everyone's dead. Rody, is that you, by the way? Have they used the current? Is that you? I think this is our current ladder, no? Is this you? I think hardcore corruption ladder is actually quite interesting because there's actually, if you die once, it's gone, right? And maybe from 60, maybe. I guess it's blurred, so maybe. Why would they blur that otherwise? Would it just be all paladins? Not necessarily. You can make Primalist very tanky, and you can make minions super safe, and Forge Guards can be even more tankier than paladins. You can make Zorks and mana tanks crazy tanky, you know, but you need, not as first character maybe, but yeah. No roads though. Hey, hold my beer. Hold my beer. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Made performance on NPCs, UI, whatever the fuck, center panels. Can I fucking click my skills while leveling? Can I move? Can I move while my skill panel is open? Nope. Nope. Character shit. Hide details with no value. Ooh, that's nice. That will hide details of your character that have 0 value so you can more easy. Ooh, that's kind of nice, no? I kind of like that. So you can quickly check your character at a glance without scrolling and shit. I think I'm gonna turn this on. No? Especially as a new player, you don't want to do that because you want to know what stats exist. But I think I'm doing that. Okay, updated to reduce bonus size, take it, blah, blah, added descriptions, haste, added new entries like such as types of critical multiplier. That's kind of nice. Cosmetics, I don't care. Credits, nice. Game guide, nice. Tooltips, nice. Settings, nice. Vendor, nice. Miscellaneous. Damage number has commas. This is gonna be weird. This is gonna be weird to get used to. What do you mean commas? Can't play without it. Oh no. Well, I mean, it's gonna be easier to tell. Was that 20 million? You know? No. It was actually 200k. Like, or whatever. Oops. You know. Now, I think it's just gonna be commons, right? Like they're not actually making the numbers. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely gonna be better for tracking and if you want to track your character. Mini health, miscellaneous changes, gameplay, evade changes. Oh, wait. Okay, that's nice. Frenzy doesn't get fucked. Evade now breaks breakables. Okay, that's kind of nice. Evade has a small leniency, allowing the player to jump over sections slightly longer than the fixed evade distance. Okay. Evade can no longer pass. No. Removing a skill expression from the game. Fuck. I love doing this and learning the spots. I get it, you know, they want the game to look polished, but I kind of like this. Whatever. Wrecked, yeah. Now the bad players are a bit better and I'm a bit worst. You know, the gap is closing, guys. Fuck, you know. All these years practicing for nothing, just to get banished, evaporated, you know, just like that. W is doom movement, it's still OP. Movement is blocked if the cursor you're holding down the movement button, okay. W is still OP, okay. Removed options for Minecraft transferring materials from the setting menu. I will now auto-transfer for all players. I mean, based, no? I love how this used to be the biggest debate the community had. And now nobody even asked, and they just removed it, you know? Like, the devs are just on the zoom fucking Korean mentality now. Like, yeah, I mean, wait, who cares about wait? You know, you want some MTX? Fuck it, bro. You know, like, this used to be a heated debate on the forums, you know? Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I mean, we dropped so much loot. It makes sense. I mean, I don't hate it, you know? I think this is a good change. So I'm glad they're open-minded when it comes to moving the game forward, you know? You can whisper other players. Oh! What is the command though? What the fuck is the command? Ah, plate, of course. / plate. Oh shit, that's huge, no? Dude, if build makers don't start their characters with / plate, don't watch the guides, okay? Fucking hell, this never finishes. Fix bugs. Okay, let's see if I see something important. Replace a broken image playing on the back and then the keeper scams. No. No longer use the computer systems. Oh, okay. Surroundings. Chapter. Campaign bugs. Campaign bugs I never really end. Fix the bug, whatever. General, fix the missing health. Okay. Spawning enemies, gate, enemies pets render properly. That's good. Animations, again, I don't really care about that. Fix it. Everything that is fixed, I'm happy with. Fix it. Audio, fix. Outline, fix. Nice. Miscellaneous, everything is fixed. Anything important that I miss here? Fixes. Sticking the gun effects the bonus rarity. Okay, that's good. Frenzy effect increase melee damage half. That was not granting melee damage. Oh shit, that's bad. Where are QLI changes? I haven't seen anything QLI for prophecies at all, and I thought they said they were fixing it. So fix the nation is an issue. Average commands finish where average commands was not working. Alchemy slave was not okay. Interesting. Negotiation, okay. Dragonfly Edict, Elegy of Blood. Oh, I mean, a lot of bug fixing, that's good. Okay. Oh, you had to equip it and unequip it for it to work. Interesting. Such as element chance and duration stats. What? Okay. Knowledge of yeah, I knew that one. Shadow String. Red. Solomons, Incorrect History of Eterra. Game to Crash. Miscellaneous. How much overtime taken? Heaven of Silk. Ready to find an enter being processed. Is an issue where the Tombs of Erase quest, the step that requires you to find and enter a cemetery, being progressed by finding a tomb instead. Oh, I see. Party play, we don't care. Quests. Dragon's Grotto. Last time running. Frozen Harbor rewards. Shatter Road, fixing sure where after killing all thing on lead, it was possible to in the loading screen. Oh no. Okay, miscellaneous. Passive trees. What? Is an issue or connector type bomb reduce cooldown recovery instead of increased? Okay. Apparently the stuff wasn't working. Okay. Is an issue or conversion of haste effect from movement speed to block versus was not affected by increased effect of haste. Conversion of haste effect from movement speed to block via Forge Master Mark was not affected by increased effect of haste. Oh, interesting. So if I get increased effect of haste, I get more block chance. That's kind of nice, actually. I didn't know that this was even supposed to work. Pixel concentration, I knew about this bug. Okay, that's good that they fixed it. Buff, I guess. Spells, good. Ward of is an issue. The critical instead of okay. Skills, more bucks, more bucks, more bucks. Out of the K. Holy fuck, man. More bucks, more bucks, more bucks. Attack not removed. Sí. Lo tengo aquí. Cógelo. Cógelo. Lo que me pesa. Pesa mucho. No, no, no. No pesa, suelta. I have been ganged by my woman. She was gonna commit a crime against my computer, you know. Reperform. I'll read all of this off stream just to make sure it affects. Where is the quest thingy? And then was granting more direct damage inconsistent with his description. Okay. Elemental Nova, Enchant Weapon, Fireball, Firebrand, Flame Rush, Frost Claw, Lightning Blast. Oh, okay, this one is big. The belt gets fucked now. It was not getting the chains halved, so now they're halved. That's good. Big nerf. If you were using that. No, I didn't cry. I haven't. MML. Free to server. We're not going to calling from zero. Okay, search. Whatever. Volcanic Orb. We don't care. Avalanche. We don't care. Earthquake. We don't care. Fury Leap. We don't care. Gathering Storm. We don't care. Maelstorms. Oh, there's a lot of bug fixing. That's nice. Wolf, Tempest Strike. Fix it. Not effective. Okay, that's an important bug. Acid Flask. Holy, this ever ends. Okay, they fixed already this by doing the thing. Forge game guide. Story. Monolith. This. Settings. Stash. Skills. Tooltip. Miscellaneous. Audio. Gameplay. This never ends, huh? Okay. I'm done. I am done. Now the moment we have all been waiting for. The bingo competition. Okay? Bingo competition. Bear nerf? Yes. Acid Flask clapped? Yes. Judgment nerfed? No. Enigma nerf? Yes. Frog nerfs? Yes. Voidwell nerf? No. Abom nerf? Yes. Aspect Shark nerf? Yes. Giga Reflect nerf? Yes. Twisted Knot nerf? Yes. Mobs buff? Yes. Ballista nerf? No. Imprint nerf? Yes. Warpath nerf? Technically, yes. Campaign harder? Yes. MG nerf? Absolutely. Shadow Rent bad? Yes. Fire Aura good? Yes. Skin Boots nerf? Yes. Prophecy QLL? No. Same meta? Yes. We have a bingo. Insane. New rank COF? No. New ladders? Yes. Necro army still dogshit? Yes. More attribute conversion uniques? I don't think so, no? I don't think so. So we have 2 bingos, actually. Three? Where do you see the third? Oh shit, it's true. We have 3 bingos. Holy fuck. Is this a world record bingo? It might be a world record bingo, guys. I mean, we played pretty safe, I must say. We played pretty safe. So what are we gonna play? Exactly what I thought before the patch notes, because nothing changed. I'm playing Fire Aura Paladin with Judgment. Judgment Aura. At least for my first character. For the race. Now, the important question, Ballista nerf? No. Cartal is here. What's up, guy? Bees when? I'm not super interested. Can anyone share with me the tooltip of bees? The bee queen bullshit? And what are you guys starting? What are you guys starting? I already said what I'm starting, obviously. I think the most popular, if I had to guess, it's gonna be Bladestorm. No, Bladestorm and Fire Aura, I think are very. I think these are gonna be popular, and I don't think you can go wrong with those. Rody, what are you starting? I need to know now. This stays the same. 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 This goes down. I think quite a lot, actually. I would put it on C or A, S, A, B. I'll probably put it B. Just because the range seems pretty tragic. I think this is the same. This is slightly nerfed, but I think it's still S. So this is the. I think I don't know what I'm gonna do about this one, honestly, because the gear. Did you go over the corrupted mods? No, I haven't. Is there a place where I can see a list? Is there a document, or is there a like a Tanglabs? Does Tanglabs has the list of just the corrupted mods, or Elite tools, or of just the corrupted mods? Or Maxroll or whatever database? I'll definitely look at them now. We can take a look at the Elite tools. It's fine if he has it already. It's fine. I don't know what I'll do about this one, honestly. I think I'm gonna put it A. Just to. I think this one is nerf, but I think it's probably still the same. Nerf, but it stays the same. Stormcrow stays the same. Tornado Weaver. Well, I think this one is. You just have to. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think you can still play it with gear, but. Big question mark on this one. Harvest Flay stays the same. Riplot probably goes up a bit because of the... But I don't think it goes to S. Riplot. Chaos Bolt. Profane Bale gets Giga buff with idols. Acid Flask is... I think this one's completely gone, honestly. This one I think is slightly buffed, most likely, but I don't know if it makes it S. Because the stuff in S is crazy. Corrupted can be tier 8? I don't think so. I think all affixes have a tier 8, but that doesn't mean it can happen. I think it might be the database. No? Anna is here. I don't know if she wants to answer this, but can you get a tier 8 corruption? Or is that just the database showing what the item would be if it existed? I think this is the same. This is slightly nerfed, but stays the same. 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 Slightly buffed, I think, with some of the shadow stuff. Stays the same. Stays the same. I think this one is gone completely, or has to be a new build, basically. I think this one is gone. I think this one stays the same. 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 I think this might be S now. I feel we'll see. This one stays the same. Same. Maybe slightly better. Same, slightly better. Probably A now. Same. I think this one might be up, going up. Maybe A. We'll see. Same. 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 Maybe slightly better. Same. Slightly better. And same. But yeah, those are the changes. And if I had to guess, the new builds, both Fire Aura and Bladestorm are A builds. If I had to guess. Which I think are basically the two new builds that are in the level of these builds. Obviously, you can make whatever build you want. I'm just saying the builds that I consider myself like actual proper contender, you know, mechanically, you can recommend this kind of thing. I think Fire Aura is gonna go around here, and same with Bladestorm. Yeah, these ones are getting buffed, but because they're switching most likely to Warlock with the idols. Any good surprise? Not really. I think it's pretty concerned. I think the builds didn't change much, but the gearing changed a lot based on the patch notes. And to be honest, I don't really have a problem with builds being that stale. There was a lot of nerfs, and I think that most of the nerfs were good. I think the only nerf that was way too harsh, and I didn't like how they did it, is the Acid Flask. I think Acid Flask was... I don't know, they have a problem with acid, with traps, explosive traps. I think they have a problem with that ability, and they were desperate, so they tried to fix it desperately. And I think that Acid Flask should have a capped, like a 5 times per second situation or whatever. I think this just basically kills the build. I don't like it. And I don't like that Acid Flask is better as a proc than as a main skill. I think you should be able to throw 5 Acid Flask when playing Acid Flask without having to pay 50 mana. That's my opinion. Okay. Corrupted equipment affixes, and let's filter by... Does it have the type? Go by type. Adorned idol. Wait, what? No adorned idol. What? Interesting. 1 second. Okay. Let's see. Added attunement and increased mana. Added attunement and increased mana. Let's go by idol type. Okay, so you can only get this on amulets. That's only the corrupted affixes, but you can corrupt any affix, yeah? You can hit anything, yeah? So I can hit like fire resistance, yes? Those are normal, okay. Do we know if their corrupted affixes are weighted the same as normal affixes? When you corrupt an item, is it the same pool? Yeah, everything's gonna be updated. I think looking at the patch notes, everything is updated by Monday. Everything. Including everything. Everything is updated by Monday. I'll be surprised. Yeah, everything is updated by Monday, 100%. Because the changes are very small. I mean, and we might be adding some variants, to get creative with rampancy and some of these things, but everything should be updated by... the major things should be updated by Monday, I think. I might take a bit longer with my stuff because I work. Yeah, I'm doing Fire Aura. It's already assigned to me. And I think I'm not even gonna troll. I was already starting to write it. Because nothing that they rebuilt. The only thing that I was already reusing the skills, it's just they added a few nodes that are good for the build on Firebrand and on Enchant Weapon. So I'm gonna add those nodes into the build, and that's about it. Which the build is done. It was done before patch, pretty much, just based on the teasers. Okay, I need to know weights though. Rarity to 100%. It says it's 200%, but this doesn't make sense, right? Is there, when an item rolls, because I explained how items work in last epoch. When items roll, they roll for rarity, and then depending on they roll to see if they're unique, and then depending on the rarity roll, then they reroll again. That's what the reroll chance is. So my question is, like, when a corruption is dropped and the result is positive, do you have like a 20% chance or something to go into the corrupted pool, and then like another 80% chance to go into the normal pool? But if you hit this 20% chance, then you're only pulling from the corrupted affixes. So it's actually way more likely to get an affix here that any of these affixes here, because the pool here is like 8, and the pool here is like 200, right? So we need the math, pretty much. Without the math, it's very hard to guess. And I don't think the punch notes mentioned anything on how corruption worked at all. Did it? I read everything, and I don't think I've... Does it mention it? I guess I'll ask Debs, just to... Maybe they answer, maybe they don't. Better ask Mike now. I'll ask I'll ask Mike, Justin, or Carp, because I don't think Mike even knows these things, Like he doesn't really work on these things as far as I know. Like the nitty gritty stuff. I mean, the first person to ask, I think, is Trasochi about this. Did they confirm if it can't roll tier 8 at all? My guess is that they can't roll tier 8. But the affixes are programmed with the entire progression, right? Because all affixes have tier 8 in the database. So I don't think you can get tier 8. It wouldn't make any sense. Because tier 8s are supposed to be... You only can wear one anyway, so what happens? If you are wearing already a primordial, suddenly you can't wear your thingy. Like, what? The upstream today? I suppose, yeah. Yeah, a lot of questions to be asked. I'm probably gonna close stream because I have to work, and I can't work with the stream open because, well, I could get in trouble with Maxroll if I show like dev tools or whatever. But yeah, I mean, we should have a tier list. I mean, we're gonna have a podcast on Sunday. We're gonna have a podcast on Sunday, guys. Yeah, we should be able to... We're gonna talk about the meta and everything. Yeah, the dev stream is starting in a couple of minutes. I might host him, What's the meta? The same as before, I think. If I had to make a video, you guys know, like the video I made, my YouTube video I made about the what builds to play or whatever the fuck. What is it? Where is my video? This one. The best builds bullshit. If I had to make this video again, I'd say Warpath, Judgment Aura for hardcore, Warpath for softcore. Minions, if you want to play minions, I think you play Sabertooth this patch over anything else. Or Ballista, right? Sabertooth is hardcore friendly, and Ballista is more softcore. And then from the new things and the new hype things, I would say Spellblade Fire Aura with Cold Conversion, and Bladestorm Shuriken if you want something zoomy and fast and, you know, you want to play the new thing. So that would be my video right now. We will see when I'll make the video on Monday most likely. So we'll see if I change my mind until then, talking to the guys and stuff. But yeah, the changes they made are not super big, and I think the only buff, I think we don't have like a holy shit like reflect moment this patch. So I think everything they added new to the game doesn't seem as retarded as before. So even though there's a lot of new stuff, I think they've done a better job at the baseline power of things. I could be completely wrong here, because, you know, there is some things that we talked about, we know, with Shadow Rent and stuff that might be absolutely retarded. But I think they've done a better job of the base power line of things. I could be wrong. But I haven't seen anything on Spellblade at all that looks super broken. I mean, Fire Aura is going to be good, but compared to Reflect is dog shit, you know, from last patch. And I think Rogue looks fun, very fun. And the only thing that I was worried about it was the, you know, something's gonna be retarded. Not really though, because, you know, the how things get retarded in this game are very isolated, and as things get nerfed, it's very hard for new things to appear. You know, because everything has a cap now. Everything start. You know, there has been a lot of like anti-fire roads built in this forest. The only thing I've seen that looks a bit retarded when it comes to damage is the Shadow Rent flow thing. I think you're gonna be able to do some stupid stuff with that, but it's gonna be really clunky, so I'm not super interested to explore it myself. But just number-wise, you know. All right, so Amulet only has this. Again, we don't know. We need a corruption fucking calculator. Tank, are you here? Tank, are you here? I know you are, so say yes. Are you here, Tank? Tanky? Arctus lens, nothing. What time are we doing? 1 hour from now, or something like that. Or maybe this time. Around this time, Odinson. This time or 1 hour from now? Am I streaming tomorrow or cooking? I'm working all day, and when I get home, well, I'm working on day, and then I have dinner with my parents, and then I have to work all night. So it's gonna be impossible for me to stream tomorrow. He's busy? Yeah, but normally he lurks. So I hope he makes a corruption calculation. Alright, let's see belt, guys. Corrupted affixes. Added throwing damage and armor shred chance. Looks irrelevant. Cannot be slowed. Holy, that's nice. And but a reduced effect of haste. Okay, so if you get a super high tier, it's very minimum, right? Okay. I just prefer the chill immunity straight up, you know. Cold resistance and void resistance. Okay, that's good. Elemental resistance and necrotic resistance. Okay. Endurance threshold and endurance threshold added as ward decay threshold. Okay, but this one is rare. Okay. Fire resistance. Okay, increase health and missing health gain on potion use. 14% health on belt. Okay. Increase mana and mana spent gain as ward. 44. Let's just say the average is rolling a tier 5 or whatever, or tier 3. It doesn't seem like I think they made it so the difference on tiers is not that huge. Like from 28 to 50. From going from tier 1 to... They've been really generous with this, honestly. Look at this. 14 tier 1. Fucking 21 tier 7. It looks like even hitting a tier 1 is going to be good in a lot of these affixes. And there's a lot of affixes that are binary, right? Like chill immunity, boom, you just get it, you know? Physical resistance, maximum potion slots, whatever. Increase throwing attack speed and frailty. Increase movement speed for seconds if you're using a potion. See, look at this affix, bro. You hit this, you just get 10% movement speed for 4 seconds. Just like that, boom. And if you get a tier 7, it's only 20. Like, this is pretty nice, honestly. Because it's hard to hit. Yeah, but that's good. You know? That's a good consideration. Okay, that's good. So far, belts. I'm not a super fan of belts. I think if you hit HP, you're happy. Honestly. I kind of like the just increase health. Nothing else looked particularly crazy to me. Blessings, obviously not. Body armors, let's see. There's for sure gonna be some shit here. All attributes. Oh, this is not even a rare one. Okay, and it goes to 14 at tier 7. Oh, they changed it, no? It had rolls before, I think. Okay. Cannot be stunned and increased evade cooldown duration. Holy, that's nice. Fucking hell. Cannot be stunned just like that. I mean, probably you don't want to waste your... That's kind of nice, honestly. Damage dealt to mana before health. 21% at tier 1? Bro. It's not even that rare, this one. Holy. Okay, this is powerful. Endurance threshold and endurance threshold added as word decay thresholds. This one is very rare, but it doesn't seem that good to me. 12% of endurance threshold added as word decay threshold. I'm thinking what build uses this. Obviously something that does Twisted Heart with mountain boots, like Tornado or something like that. Maybe with that is absolutely broken. Because if you get it and you hit like 20% or whatever, then you have 3000 endurance threshold. That means you get like fucking 1k or whatever word, right? But who cares? I don't know. Increased armor and damage reflected to attackers doesn't matter. Increased health and regen applies to ward. Regen applies to ward. 3% at tier 1. Pretty fucking good. Increased health. Pretty good. Up to... okay. Increased mana and current mana gained as word per second. Current mana gained per word per second. 5%. That's pretty powerful. That's pretty powerful. Level of all skills and added mana on chest piece, huh? So what you can get this on? Chest piece, helmet, and amulet. You can get 3, basically. Huh. Just chest and amulet. Okay, I thought helmet could get it. Missing health gained as word per second, and oh, you can actually hit exsanguineous mod. Wow. Kind of nice. Kind of nice. Chest is pretty strong. Depending on the build, I like that. Depending on the build you're playing, there's actually difference on what you desire. Like, right, if you're playing like a fucking mana stacker or whatever, this word per mana or whatever is crazy. Yeah. And then a lot of them are just defense though, right? A lot of them is just defense, so. But at the same time, is there anything where you hit it and you are like crying? Like if you actually hit any of these, are you crying with anything? You know, it's kind of nice, no matter what, no? Okay. Boots. Cannot be chilled and reduced fire res. I'm willing to pay that price. Cannot be slowed and reduced effect of haste. I don't like that much. Chance to cleanse elements on a bait. Oh shit, 100%, huh? And increase element damage taken. Okay. Cool. It's okay for softcore and stuff. Evade, charge, and increased evade cooldown duration. Huh. Depending on the build, really good, right? Especially if you get this, but then you're also building cooldown, then your cooldown gets even more value because the base duration, right? Increased haste and less damage over time taken during haste. Well, that's... the less damage doesn't really scale that much. Whatever. Boots seem... I'm not really that excited about boots, honestly. No, not really excited about boots. Isn't the haze one insane? No, not really. Because you gotta think of that if you hit it, you're probably gonna hit somewhere around here. Yeah, I think boots. I don't really care. I don't really care. Bow. Added critical strike multiplier and added critical multiplier against frozen enemies. Okay, whatever. And cast shuriken on bow crit. Okay. Okay, I mean, it's a bit of a low chance to make a full build out of it, but maybe cool. Maybe you can use the, the quiver. You know, the quiver that gives you lining penetration or whatever, and your next throwing attack, whatever the fuck. When will Maxwell have updated tier list? Monday, I think. To be honest, I think that we can do it right now, but we're gonna have a bit of a discussion. Maybe beforehand. Honestly, the meta didn't change at all. I think we can update it like right now. I think that's nothing really changed, honestly. But there is some builds that are gone, so we're gonna archive those as soon as possible to avoid confusion. Chance to poison. What else? Bow. Global conditioning damage. Okay. We'll see what that is. Are you gonna add Hydra? I don't know. I have to investigate. I've seen that build before. Like, I mean, the guy who made it came to my chat and we like fixed it. I don't know if you remember. So I know I have the fixed version. I saved the planner. So I have it somewhere in my toolbar, so it'll be easy to do, but because the guy who made it had like a bunch of like stuff that didn't work and so on, right? China plays it CHP. I believe it. Tends to slow on bow hit, more bow damage, 7%. It goes up to 12. Yeah, but I mean, are we gonna hit a fucking tier 7 on this? And chance to cast. Oh, what the? That's nice though. Holy, 7% icicle chance. That's huge. That's actually huge. Because you gotta keep in mind the icicle bow, the base chance is what 27? 27. So as an extra 7% is like huge, you know? It's like if you get this at like tier 5, well, or tier 4 even. If you get this at tier 4, it's 1/3 of your damage, or 1/4 of your damage, this mod. It's actually kind of crazy. And that build, the Icicle Heartseeker, I mean, it's a really good build, but the single target is definitely what is lacking at. So that would be massive, you know? It's literally a 20% damage increase. Straight up, right? And the bow attack speed is also good. So it's probably more overall. Really good, actually. Definitely cool. And see, this is what I mean. Like a Reign of Winter with a single tier 7, and this mod is gonna be more damage than a Reign of Winter with a double tier 7 and no mod. Guarantee. And it's so easy to get that, actually. So I actually think this build goes up just because of this. You're gonna get this no matter what. You're gonna get this. Because how many of these bows you get just by killing the boss over and over? You can get 3 per kill. And they get LP no matter what, you know? Wow, imagine if you could get fucking 18% chance. Holy fuck, you doubled your damage almost. Crazy. Very good. This is my favorite so far, I think. Actually impactful and nice. Dagger. Increase melee damage per and melee attacks per 1 mana cost. Per 1? What the fuck? And damage for melee attacks per 1 mana. I don't understand. Are you telling me that I'm getting 79 damage per mana cost? Is that what you're saying? So if increase melee damage and melee damage Increase melee data and damage for melee attacks per 1 mana cost. What? I think this phrasing is a bit weird. And the values are 0, so I wonder what the fuck this means. Maybe it means that with at least 1 mana cost or something? So it doesn't work with 0 generators or whatever? Tier 8. Huh. Does that work on channeling? I have no idea. I have no idea. We're just looking at it. Increase melee attack speed and frenzy after using a bait. 2.3 seconds on tier 1. That's pretty good. And 16 attack speed after a bait. Holy, that's nice, dude. This is nice. A lot of damage, just like that. Increased damage over time and increased... I'll make it a bit bigger. Increased damage over time and increased area for skills. 28 area at tier 1. I'm looking at tier 1s because it's what I'm expecting, basically. Just to get an idea of what the reasonable value of things are. Like, this is the minimum I'm getting, so if this impresses me, it's good. You know what I'm saying? Chance to poison on hit and more damage against poison. That's kind of low. Chance for no criticals to inflict crit vulnerable for 4 seconds. 50. Added melee damage, increased melee damage per strength. Increased melee damage per strength. 1. It goes up to 3 per strength melee damage. That's not bad. That's not bad. I assume other melee weapons are gonna have similar, or what? See gloves. Cannot be shield and reduce fire resistance and base. Damage leech as health and increased health leech. Holy. That's kind of nice. A tier 1, just like that. Boom. Increased attack and cast speed. 8%. And you can hit up to 14. Increased cast speed and ward gain on direct spell. 4% and 13. 7%. Okay. Anger resistance. Missing health gain as word per second. And I mean, this is the most powerful for sure. And the cast speed and attack speed is nice, but the values are so low. Like, who cares? Every melee skill can just scale with strength. Yeah. Obviously, and if you strength, you double dip, right? You get this, the normal strength and the extra. Gloves seem whatever. I'm not super impressed with the gloves. No idols. Helmet. Let's see helmet. Added attunement and increased mana regen. Okay. Added dexterity, dodge rating. Added intelligence 4 per second. Okay. Added strength. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Damage dealt to mana before health. 14%. It goes up to 20. Holy fuck. That's nice. This is very powerful for mana tanks. And you can hit this. Again, you can hit the affix on the helmet and then hit the corruption and you fucking, you know, helmet from Orobis is like Giga. Not from Orobis, from Aberoth. Increased health and health regen applies to ward. This is very powerful too. 4%. 4%. Really powerful. Maximum health gain as endurance threshold and endurance. Okay. Maximum health gain as endurance threshold. Yeah, that's pretty powerful. 4%, just like that. And you can get up to 10%. No plus skills. So, yeah. A lot of the... everything is... almost everything here is defensive. Which I kind of like. So, you know, you can get Giga character, but the damage seems to be, at least on most of the slots, seem to be a bit under control, except weapons. Catalyst. Added critical string multiplier, that's the same. Intelligence, the word decay threshold per intelligence. That's pretty powerful. You have a 200 int, that's 400 threshold, just like that on tier 1. And if you hit this on tier 7 on your catalyst and you have 200 int, that's fucking, you know, that's fucking 1000 something. It's kind of crazy actually. 1200 word the threshold. This is powerful on Catalyst, very powerful. Especially if, because Catalyst, like you can use the, again, the Fragment of the Enigma or whatever. And if you go Madness, you'll do more damage than before and you will actually get some word with this. Obviously you have to hit, but... Increase movement speed, very low, doesn't matter. Increase cast speed, we've seen this one already. I think this is the most powerful for sure. For sure. Axe is the same as... Yeah, Axe is the same as the... Seconds of frenzy when you and your minions are enemy damage leaves you low health. 50. To you and your minions. Huh, okay. Yeah, this is the same as before. So they seem to have the same, and then the last one is different, no? Let's see, maces. Yeah, everything. Pretty chance and more damage per frailty stack. Okay, 1%. At tier 1, you get 0. Slow chance and more damage to slow the enemies, okay. That doesn't really change much. Sword. Added spell damage. Added melee damage from weapons gained as added spell damage. Very nice. Very low value though. Damage over time and area for area skills. This is fucking nice. Area for aerial skills is fucking nice on weapons. Dude, you have any weapon, any build, and you corrupt the fucking unique, and you get 28 area on a tier 1 corruption, and you're so fucking happy, it's insane. And Frenzy after using evade is also pretty fucking crazy. Like this tier 1 is so powerful. 2 seconds of Frenzy and 16 attack speed. Fucking hell, that's nice. We'll see how that works. Parry chance while dueling and parry chance gained as increased melee damage. Okay. Quiver. Bow conditional damage, we'll see. Chance to slow. On bow hit, more damage to slow. Let's see if we have Icicle. Increase bow. Oh! We have Icicle! Holy, 4% on tier 1. Bro. That build is getting... That's nice. I don't know how hard it's gonna be to get this on even tier 1, but that's kind of nice. The critical stance on to cast shurikens. Okay, you get another 4%. Another bow attack speed. Added bow damage and increased bow attack speed on bow attack. That's really strong on tier 1. 23 attack speed with 18 flat damage is super strong on Quiver. Like, super strong. For multi-shot and things like that. And tier 7 is fucking insane. Like 30 flat with fucking 45 attack speed. Fucking hell. Yeah, definitely not all builds are getting the same bluff of this system. I can tell you that much. Added what is this? Relic. Added attunement and increased mana regen. Yeah, we've seen that. Okay, a lot of them repeat. Strength and added armor. Okay, we've seen that. We've seen that. Added health regen and increased health regen per strength. That's fucking strong. Relic. Health regen per strength. 2% per strength. Pretty fucking strong. Pretty fucking strong. Frenzy and reduced frenzy effect. +1. So you just have frenzy. That's fucking nice too. Frenzy is 20% attack speed. So if you are playing a build that doesn't have frenzy and you just get this, this makes Shatter Worlds not as important because you can get it on Relic, so you get the frenzy. Sorry, the Nihilist, sorry. Easier. And again, it doesn't really matter that it has less effect because 17% less effect of 20 is like 2, you know? Who cares? Like, you're gonna get 18 attack speed instead of 20. Who gives a fuck? And increased damage over time leads us health. Okay, Relic is strong. Relic is very strong. Increased healing effect and health per attunement. 2 health per attunement. Maybe the values are wrong, weird sins, so keep that in mind. He's updating this live, so... This is powerful, bro. The Spirit Shilm, you hit this bullshit, now you're getting fucking 8 health per attunement. Holy fuck, man. And heal effect too. Holy fuck, man. It's, my build is nuts. Dude, we're gonna get this for sure. And it goes up to +3, actually. Oh, you only need a tier 4. I rolled. Wow, if you hit this on your judgment thingy, holy. And it's only 50. Yeah, this one's strong. I like it. This one is also really strong. If you're playing like a regen build with Vessel of Strife or whatever the fuck. And again, Vessel of Strife, you get Vessel of Strife. Vessel of Strife is always 1 LP. Always. Always 1 LP, right? So you get it, you slam it right as you get it, and then you hit the rune, and if you hit any of this, you're fucking happy, you know? So yeah, this system definitely benefits some builds more than others. Added intelligence and war per second, added crit multi, added attunement and increased mana region, whatever. What do rings have? Because you have that ring that you can corrupt multiple times. Elemental resistance, increase rate per stack of shield duration, increase damage over time, and leech. That's powerful, but increase throwing attack speed and frailty, whatever. Yeah, the unique ring is useless. I'm already calling it. Absolutely useless. Scepter, what is the unique thing? Mana spend gain as ward and ward decay threshold. 40, okay. Increase mana attack speed and frailty after evade. Okay, it's a mix of things. Increase mana and mana per attunement. Okay, so caster weapons are gonna have this then. Which means that you can get this on your staff, on your spirit shield. Bro. Goes up to 3, brother. Bro, this Judgment Aura Paladin, bro. Holy fuck, it's gonna be insane. If you hit this on the weapon and the other one on the relic, holy fuck. Even this is nice. You actually have a lot of good outcomes. Because this is good outcome, this is good outcome, this is good outcome. This is good outcome. It's gonna be insane. This is good outcome. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with my starter, guys. Okay, is there a block corruption? Oh, added block chance and current mana gained as ward on block. 4%. You can get 10% block corruption. Yo. And 2%, it's always 2% of your mana back as ward on block. So if you do like a mana stacker and you have a shield and you hit this, you have 2k mana, you get hit, you get 200 ward. How are we blocking? Well, you can stack mana without Spirit Shield, right? The mobs are gonna heal you. Oh, this one is crazy, yeah. This one's crazy. Isn't the multi on Relic just enough? Multi per dex? On Relic? I missed that one. What is it? Added critical strike multiplier and increased critical chance per dexterity. Ah, interesting. Added critical strike multiplier and increased critical per dexterity? Huh? Is this a typo? Hey. Hey. Wow, that's a lot. Wait a minute. So if I have 200 dexterity and each point of dexterity gives me 15 crit multi. I see. It's crit multi and the increased crit chances per dexterity. I see. That makes way more sense. So 100 dex is 100 flat crit, which basically doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. False alarm, guys. Okay, let's go for the shields. Chance to gain haste on block, pretty nice. Chance to apply mark content on block, pretty fucking nice. Cannot be stunned by hits you block, pretty fucking nice. A reduced effect, whatever. Added block and less physical damage taken on block, pretty fucking nice too. 5%, up to 5%. That increase armor and damage reflected to attackers. Well, less damage taken on block, and block effect applies to damage over time. Holy. Up to 7%. Yeah, shields are powerful as fuck. This one looks crazy to me. Like, let's just say you have, again, 500 mana. If you have 500 mana and 100% block, every time you block, like an arrow or whatever, you're just getting fucking 50 ward or whatever the fuck, no? Yeah, I saw the idols. Chill immunity is strong. For sure. Mal idol, it doesn't really say. 200 axe, increased damage over time and increased area. 51 area. Holy, a tier 1. Bro, tier 7 is 90 area? Holy. Yeah, it's 2% of mana is gained as ward, yeah. The 10% is block chance. Yeah, I know. Added critical strike multiplier and added crit multi. Added melee damage, increase melee damage per strength. Increase melee damage per strength. 2% here. So you basically make you multiply your strength by 0.5. This is very strong, even on a tier 1. They're definitely buffing melee a lot when it comes to damage. This is very nice. Because you have brutality too and stuff. It's nice. Bleeding, whatever the fuck. These values are way too low. These more damage values on bleed are so bad. Increase damage over time. This area is crazy. Increase and haste. And chance to summon a forge. Chance to summon forge weapon on melee hit. 31%, brother. Holy. And this works on any class? Holy. I wonder if it has a cooldown or something though. .30 attack speed, 4 seconds of frenzy. So you get 50% attack speed. Holy fuck. 50% attack speed on a tier 1. Kind of nice. Kind of nice. 200 mace, let's see. Frailty chance and damage per frailty. And slow chance. Increase stun chance. $200. Okay. Increase melee area. Holy. It's 20 area too. Come on. Some of these are pretty nice. Spear. What is spear? Attack frenzy. Chance of some forged weapon. Increased area. Poisoned enemies. Bleeding enemies. Okay. Increased damage per strength. Increased damage per strength looks like the best to me. But I mean, the fact that this one is the most common, right? This one is the most common, and it's just like 150 increased damage. It's kind of nice. Okay, this is the one. These are the ones for my build. What is it gonna be? Added mana and increased mana regen per maximum mana. Increase mana regen per maximum mana. How does that work? Added mana, 59. And increase mana regen per maximum mana. Huh? 7... What? I don't understand. Is it... What? Increase mana regen per maximum mana. Huh? I just don't understand what per maximum mana means. Does it mean is 7% of your total? Yeah, we'll see. It probably has some sort of condition that is not showing. Or it might just be 7% of your total mana is mana regen. But I mean, so what you're saying is that if you have 1000 mana, you get 70% regen, no? Basically? Yeah, basically what I'm saying, yeah. If you click, it says per 100. Okay, so it's exactly what I said, but with thresholds. Okay, that's good. Added melee damage, increased melee damage per strength. Added spell damage, increased spell damage per... Increased spell damage per movement speed. Yo. Yo. Most builds run 100 movement speed nowadays, pretty easy. Between 70 and 140, right? 3%, bro. So this is giving me 300% increased damage at tier 1 and it's common. And 22 flat is not a fucking joke because it's very hard to get flat on spells. That's nice. Increased cast speed and minion cast speed. Dog shit in comparison. Ward gain on Pelcat. 30 is not a joke. 30 is not a joke. Area skill. 51 area. Bro, if I hit this on my weapon, I'm still happy. 51 area for my paladin fucking thingy. Dude, everything here is good, I feel. Like I hit this one, I'm happy. I hit this, I'm happy. Like everything, I'm happy, bro. Increase melee attack speed and frenzy. Increase mana and mana per attunement. Okay, it goes to 5 mana. Holy fuck. Dude, I'm gonna be running around with 10k health, 3k mana. Mark my words. And I'm gonna tick mobs for 2 million. Holy. Holy fuck, man. And realistically, you're gonna hit this, right? And it gives you increased mana percentage too. What the hell? 18%. Holy. One man can dream. One man can dream. Okay. Increase spell area and added spell mana cost. 77% area. You can get 140 area. What? I mean, the spell cost could fuck up your build, but if you're playing a build that like Glacier or whatever the fuck, you don't give a fuck. So you're telling me with Madness and this thing with Glacier, I can get 400% increased area? Can you imprint primordial items? No, you can't. Spend as worth 79%. Bro, the staff ones are powerful. Staff ones are powerful, bro. Increase amateur time and area. I think staff is the best that I've seen so far. And bow was pretty good, but the amount of things that were good were more limited. I think it's gonna be easier to hit staffs so far from the pool I've seen. Increase amateur time and area. Chance to bleed, melee, chance to found forged weapon, friends using a bait. Okay, so 200 sword, very unoriginal. Want. Mana per look at the difference, man. It goes only up to 3 and it's only 1 at tier 1. And look at this area. It's baby area. Though this is stuff patch. I'm telling you. This is stuff patch. Added mana and increase mana region per maximum mana. Okay. And you also have the attunement stuff, no? You don't have the movement speed node, the one, no? Ah, no, you do. Oh, it's still really powerful, this one for want. 1%. This is very powerful on want. Because it's a flat value, so it doesn't get a... It's the same on want that it is on stuff, so that's very good. But this one, yeah. This one is fucking insane. And we're done, no? Okay. Okay. I think we discussed everything we had to discuss. I streamed for 5 hours and I wasn't supposed to even be streaming right now, so that's good. I'm gonna go work with the boys. I have a lot to do. And again, we're gonna do a podcast on on Sunday around this time, okay? Maybe half an hour earlier, maybe 20 minutes later. I'll confirm it, okay? I'll start stream beforehand anyway.